Hey, tell me what's kicked in for everybody. We're gonna be hitting pretty straight into this. So, I got done last night the things I said I was going to get done. Still not like a super impressive showing, but I did get the first person stuff coded in. Alrighty, just to show this off very, very briefly. The controls will be a little bit weird, and I already see some people complaining about them. You can't use mouse controls or anything. Funnily enough, you can actually use the mouse slightly to control the game, but it's like the ever so slightest thing, so I might just disable it altogether. But just to give a little bit of a look of what this kind of looks like, I now made it so you don't just turn at 4-degree angles. Now you can turn in 8 directions, which is as many as you can run by default within the engine. You can just kind of navigate like this. It's still tile movement, and the controls will be a little bit wonky, but I already kind of knew that before we did this. It'll be part of how it works. There are some things that need to change about this map. The lighting is not done. For instance, this would look better if the shadow wasn't cast in such a weird way, but the lighting of the map currently isn't done. I haven't done the ceiling stuff yet, but that'll be for later. Got all the things propped up correctly. There are a few things that look a little bit weird still, but it's just going to be part of the aesthetic of the game. The toilet actually looks a little bit weird when you turn to look at it, as you can kind of see there. None of the things have collision yet. Well, the toilet does. Most of it, I can just walk right through the sink and all that, but I wasn't trying to focus on that yet, partially because there's still a lot more to do with the bathroom. Like, the lighting still isn't correct. I've got the lights up on the wall in the correct places, but yeah. Now, as I've been doing the last few days, we're going to set a few goals for ourselves for what we're going to be doing today. Ew, move that over there. Hey, hey. Yeah. I can make the camera a bit higher, but things will actually start looking a little bit weirder if the camera is much higher than that, because it's in perspective to where everything else in the game is, but yeah. So, go back down where I've been writing my day stuff. Day 4 goals. My day 4 goals: finish the bathroom, start 2 other rooms in the house, make the game's opening. I won't say make. Start the game's opening sequence. And sprite a few more things. Not any specific number, just a few more things. Hey, Azzy. I have to put an alarming amount of effort into it. Well, I mean, the toilet, everything else look okay. So the look of the game is gonna be a little bit wonky, but like you have to decide, you have to pick and choose what you want to look at from different angles. Like this sign doesn't matter. I can see it from any angle. It works fine enough. People can accept the aesthetic style. That thing, the shampoo over there, doesn't matter. It turns when you look at it. It's kind of weird, but whatever, it works. The toilet just didn't look right. Like if it was facing that side direction, no matter what angle you looked at it from, it just didn't look natural. Plunger, whatever. The plunger naturally looks fine no matter what direction it's aiming. Even things like the sink in the toilet, even though it's a little bit unusual, like if you see like the sink is peeking around the corner to look at you, but I was gonna say, hey. And I have not seen Twitter. I hope that you're doing things okay there, Em. Shower curtain and all that works as intended, so yeah. Anyways, I'm debating. Oh, also, should I set the lighting of this room first? Do you guys think we should focus on lighting first? I do want to get the lighting of this room to look a little bit close, because currently it's set to the default, which is like a day system, which obviously we're not outdoors. We're not in like an outdoors type location. The shadows and the lighting should not be casting like this for the final. It's just the default of how it basically looks. So we got a little bit of setup to do. So yeah. I think I'm going to focus on lighting first. So actually, no, there's so much you should show first. Some people got some more stuff done. I will show their efforts before I go into trying to fix up the bathroom. You can have a ceiling. A ceiling is possible. It takes a... I need to remember how it's coded in. That's actually a trick. Here's the thing. Theoretically, a ceiling should be showing by how I've said it, but obviously I'm getting something wrong with how I've said it. So I need to dig a little bit deeper into what I have wrong about my ceiling setting. Yeah. Pat their lay. There are a lot of good artists here. Confidence. Anyways, let me first show what people are up to. So, firstly, Cyber here has been working on the other girl's sprites. Currently, they both look like this. Sophie compared to other girl. I know Emma's been doing a fantastic job of managing the server while I've been away, and I'm really proud of her. And I've been hearing that and hearing from her, so yeah. Anyways, other girl as the first thing. I personally like it, but I'll see how you guys feel towards it. Roll as it goes with all that. Okay. Let this play as we get all set up. Next up, I have a few more sprites to add for the coat hanger haul and one other poster. I actually have to put these into the main tile sheet thing, so yeah. Colors have to fall. The song's stuck in my head, but I like it, okay? Okay, image, tile sets. Let's set this to B for a second, because I need to set some things I'm about to show off here in the B tile set in just a second. I'm happy that, oh hey, I'm happy you enjoyed Please Love My Computer Game. That one, okay, you're gonna get me distracted to mention this. Please Love My Computer Game is really weird for me. Technically, it's the lowest rated game I've ever released. It's not, it did better than I thought it would do. I was expecting the Steam reviews to put it at like 50, 60% positive. It ended up being, at the moment, I believe it's like 73, 74 positive. That still makes it my lowest rated game, user review-wise, but it's still, it's the case, it's my lowest reviewed game, but it's actually, in a lot of ways, the most successful game I've released. The reason why it's the most successful, Please Love My Computer Game succeeded at every goal I set for it. In fact, it exceeded every goal I set for it. Basically, my goals with Please Love My Computer Game, I wanted to make an experience that even if people got confused at the cryptic shit you have to do in the game, that they would feel it was like a creepy experience and there was more to it. That's successful. Even most of the negative reviews mention that they just don't like it because they have no idea what the fuck they're doing in the game. But there is an ominous feel that there's something really wrong with the game and it's really creepy to play. So that, even negative reviews think it's creepy, so that was successful. But my bigger goals is I wanted to bring a bigger sense of community and sort of to grow the iGamers community, as well as I wanted it to be a game that streamers could play with their stream audiences. I've had a few bigger streamers. It's actually been, for better or worse, it's had the highest viewership of any of my games, even on YouTube, Twitch, and all that. Compared to all of my works, Please Love My Computer Game has had the biggest stream audience stuff, the biggest Twitch peoples have played it, and it's gotten the most spread that way. And likewise, it also severely grew the iGameworks community. Like, there's a lot of people that are part of the community now that came from Please Love My Computer Game. So it's a weird case where Please Love My Computer Game, in terms of general reception, is my worst received title, but it was technically the most successful in what it set out to do. It overachieved all the goals I set for it when I released it, so yeah. Well, I'm happy you think it's worth the suffering you have to put through to Please Love My Computer Game. If for those who are watching have no idea what Please Love My Computer Game is, it's a very cryptic ARG-like game that is surprisingly meaty. That was one thing I wanted the game to have, because the game is all at once really small, because, you know, the actual main game of here's a spoiler about Please Love My Computer Game if you never played it. It has a lot of games within a game. There's multiple hidden games within the singular game. the game does not let you ever know that unless you start digging through the files. But please love my computer game. The actual like main game area is kind of small, but then the game as what it is surprisingly expansive. And one of my goals was that there was multiple layers to the game, so if you keep on sort of digging deeper and deeper, and sort of a surprise of how deep the rabbit hole of that game goes. I think it succeeded at what I was trying to go for it, but hey. There is the closest hint you have is there are 2 items you can observe in the game that have a very rare chance at saying www./game, which is like www, or it's more like www/game or something like that. And for those who know a little bit about the RPG Maker infrastructure that's related to the game folder and all that, there's no in-game hint about checking out the game's files. And I purposely did it like that. I knew for a fact when I did that a lot of people would give up on the game because they would be playing the game like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. But yeah. Or excuse me, I said game. It's actually www.save. Anyways, here's some stuff that Grayson submitted. Not that. Oh, I was gonna say. Submitted some coat rack stuff. So we have a coat rack thing there. Let it roll, let it. Actually, this gets a little bit taller, so I should actually probably make this a separate sprite thing. That's interesting. Seize the moment, and see. Set this to transparent. Well, I made a list. Do you want me to send you the list of things to sprite? I have a list here if you want it. I don't really know who's tackling what, though. It's not like I know it's bad to have more than one. I didn't see or know that. I'll send you the list then. I just have a general list, and also just people sort of paying attention. Oh. I don't want you to kill me. Coat rack fun. I can also probably use that basket for something. Export as coat rack and put that into the right folder, which would be new volume, games, uwu Kokoro, image, characters, coat rack. Well, the dialogue become even more cursed. I think that treads on being somewhat obnoxious, but you know, if people want it, they can do it, I guess. There's actually someone who's been offering to translate my games into Greek, which I appreciate. And of course, I know that Endless has like an open opportunity to translate my games to Russian, which I still haven't taken advantage of, but I should. Okay. Set this there. It's spring. It's a basket. I'll go down here for anime uwu-ness. Okay, that should be good there. Seize the day, seize the dawn, da, 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 da. Okay. Make sure that's exported. Okay. There's actually a few Japanese players of Red Haze that have translated parts of the game already, but again, there's no pressure on them. They're doing it as a fan thing, and if they get done, I'd love to put it into the game. Okay, so Sprite stuff put away. I'm also going to keep in tab on both my email account and this. Wait, I got an important email about something. I'm gonna turn the screen off for a second. I need to read this. Has my address in it. That's the reason why I'm like. What is going? So there's a package. You guys remember? Maybe you guys don't remember this, but I tweeted about a thing called Abyss Boats. The thing is, it's been stuck in mail for a while. Oh, I guess it's sending again. Huh. I guess I'm tracking history? Will my mail finally arrive someday? It's been months. Okay, I caught up on what I was saying. Somewhere. Set some things around. And good. Alright, caught up on the thing which I wanted to check. Sorry, my email decided to message me about my status of the Abyss Boat game. Unfortunately, it got delayed by the coronavirus situation and other situations going on. So I've been waiting on this package since March, April, May. About almost 3 months now. Anyways, turning the screen back on. Okay, so I'm going to focus on lighting for a second, which this will take me messing a little bit with some things. It's the moment I was calling and sing. Move this there. Moving some stuff around just so it's like in convenient locations for me in just a second. Okay. So, I don't play your other games. I really want to play with English is so bad. That's alright, Kuru. Kuru? How, in fact, I'll even write this in case it helps. Kuru, if interested in any of my other games, I recommend Close Me. There is no dialogue in the game at all. Alright, with that said and shared, let's focus on lighting. Now let's see, to get the lighting that I want, I should open and keep GIMP here because I need the color selector here. I'm gonna pause the music for a second. What color of lighting do you guys think we should have for the restroom? I'm thinking it should be... Bathrooms can kind of come in a few different creepy glows. Like, there's the creepy glows that are kind of yellowish. There's the creepy glows that can make it kind of greenish. Lighting and colors have a lot to do with this sort of thing. Is there anything else needed drawing-wise? Honestly, I'm working on a method of I will use what I can get. There are definitely things that could be drawn. Do I need them? That's a different question, because if I have drawings, I will use them. When I started this project, I was going to be resourceful and use whatever I can get, basically. But I'm also not going to expect it, so basically it's a case of I work with what I got. If you want ideas of things I can think of, being like, that would be good for the project, I can probably think of some stuff and throw them at them, but I'm working on a base-by-base basis with this. At the moment, the game has no art stills, and I'm not expecting it to have art stills, but I mean, if it can have art stills, then I'm not going to complain. Green is good for sort of a sickly feel, but the thing is, I don't want the house to be too horror-y at first. I want it, like, this bathroom is not a room that you see for a while, actually. So it's not going to be a first impression thing. I know this is a little bit weird, but the bathroom isn't going to be open until a bit later in the game. So yeah. I think it should have a creepy feel, but not a dead feel. I guess kind of doing yellow lights into the darkness might be a good idea. Alright, so I'm going to be basically using some map note tags. That's the ceiling command that should be working, but I'm obviously doing something wrong because it's not working. It's not like me just putting 1, 2, and that's going to make it work, right? I'm just going to check this quickly because I'm trying very severely to get the ceiling working. Nope, no ceiling yet. One day there'll be a ceiling. The one issue I'm worried about is I am afraid of, oh yeah, right, we haven't disabled the menu yet. I was going to say I'm a little bit worried about what people are going to think of the controls of this game. It would feel more natural if you could use the mouse to look around to move. At the moment, you just kind of either use the arrow keys or WASD to move around, though. Which is fine, and you get used to it, but at the same time, it's like, oh. Okay. I think a fluorescent color might be a good choice as well. At least that's what I'm thinking. But let's first change the light in this area. I also don't think the shadow systems in this game are or not this game, well, this engine things are a little bit weird, but I think I should be able to take advantage of it. Tile nodes. It is you that I'm going to be dealing with, not the ceiling for the second. Light. Camera. Action. Camera's good. I think it works really well. First might be past office back controls, but there is sensor restriction. I'm hoping that's what people pulled from it, but we'll find out. Wait, could I do it like that? Okay. I have a science experiment I'm trying. This may or may not fix the ceiling thing I've been thinking about. No promises, but there are definitely hopes and dreams attached to this. Accidentally put it one place it wasn't supposed to be. Come on, let this work. I do see an error I made quickly there. Let's see how this plays out. I'm hopeful. Nah, that wasn't it either. Well, I'll keep on trying. Wait. Before I give up on that endeavor, I forgot I changed that other setting just in case. No, that didn't fix it either. I'm gonna figure you out, ceilings. I got the code for you somewhere. Okay. Anyways. I'll come back to you. For now, back with lighting. Oh, I accidentally just closed our... That's me sometimes. I do stuff like that. Back to launching Kokoro. Bright side, I did just save the game. So I mean, the engine even asks you to save it after it's done. Wait. Oh. Sorry to be saying wait so much. I forgot. You know what? I bet what I'm about to do is actually about to fix this. And I'm going to be really annoyed that it actually was the solution if this actually ends up being it. Okay. If this ends up being it, I'm going to have fun with this. It fucking was it. However, what the fuck did I just do? What? Well, I got a ceiling. It's not exactly the ceiling I was aiming for, though. This looks like an absurdist art going on here. It's kind of cool, but also definitely not what I was going for. It's a thing, all right, though. All right, let's at least I got the ceiling working, kinda. I mean, yes, it's cool, and I'll keep this in mind for later. But that's definitely not what I was going for. Is it? Why is it reading that? The shadows make it look cool, and there's some cool stuff in that appearance, but that's 100% not what I was going for. However, you can take ideas from mistakes, and I do have an idea from that mistake. For later, though. Right side, I got the ceiling working, though. Just not the exact sprites I want to use for the ceiling, but hey. Alright, so why did it read that? It should be... I get what it's looking at, kinda? Vaguely? Vaguely, kinda, I get what happened there. But at the same time, not really. Okay. There were a few things that were wrong about the ceiling in that scene, which I'm trying to figure out. A5 should be correct. Is it because of this? What happens if I just do it like this? 0, 2, 3. Will that make it better? Actually, yes, that will make it better. However, that's still not the right tile. Also, it cut off all the lights in the room, except for some that are peeking through the cracks, actually, quite literally. Look at this God ray going on over here. Where's that God ray even coming from? I can't actually... I guess I can look up because I have my camera set. Oh, there's like a hole in the ceiling. That's kind of neat, but also kind of not what I was going for. So, well, bright side, I'm getting closer to what I was aiming for. I'm assuming there's a hole in this. That's interesting, but fun. I actually do not know. What is banana pie? I'm bad with words and names and all that. Why is it the murder grate above the toilet in my local game store? Oh my. That must be quite a game store. Alright, so what tile am I directing this towards? Is this backwards? Because it went to this one. I see what tile it selected. Oh wait, is it going by columns? That is so weird. So it'd be 2-0? For some reason, I think it read this backwards. And is the tile I'm looking for 2-0 and not 0-2 like it is for everything else in the engine? That's kind of coded weirdly. Yep, it's exactly what I thought. For some reason, it read that backwards. Now, I will say this. I need a better tile for the ceiling of this because it's very rare that bathrooms have the same tile for the floor and the ceiling. What do you guys think we should do? I now understand why it was reading that so weirdly. And I'm going to change the lighting so there isn't like that weird cracker. Actually, I could use that to my advantage for a special effect. But at the moment, what ideas do we got for this? Like, what ceiling type should we have there? What's? Let me go to my bathroom and see what the ceiling is, because I don't remember. But really, we just have to think. My bathroom doesn't have this type of flooring and wall stuff either, though. So really, we're just trying to think what works here. Oh, okay. Okay. Banana pie was a. I missed your question, banana pie. Let me scroll up. I did miss your question. Sorry, I thought it was like a name for a term or something. Oh, how do I plan out a story? Okay, so it depends. I guess I can use like some examples. Close Your Eyes. I originally made for Ludum Dare, and the original version, I only had the broadest of broad ideas of what I wanted to do for it. So basically, how it started is I knew that I wanted to have a character descend into a subway because the theme of the Ludum Dare was beneath the surface, but really to go beneath the surface of who they were into a greater sense of something that they regretted. The actual story I just kind of made up, but that was the Ludum Dare thing. When I went back to Close Your Eyes later for the versions that everybody else knows, I kind of knew the theming of the story, and I had some scenes in my head. How I kind of work is I have story points in my head I know I want to work towards. Like even with this project right here, there are story beats I know I'm working towards. There's goals I'm going towards all the time. There's scenes I have in my head that I want to make a reality, and I need to build up to that scene making sense in a greater cohesion. One thing which is very good for me, myself, and I am a stickler for connections, which basically I can best explain this with how my dreams work. So when I dream, I don't know, this is probably not normal for most people, but if it is, then whatever. I hear a lot of people, the dreams seem like nonsense to them that doesn't make any sort of logical sense. What I've learned about my subconscious by paying attention to my dreams, and sometimes in certain dreams I'm even aware of myself doing this, is that I am a stickler if things make sense. So, in that sense, like a logical, real-world sense, if it makes sense with everything else. When I have dreams, my dreams don't make nonsensical sense. I am such a stickler for things connecting and making sense that my dreams have to make some sort of cohesive sense, so that even my subconscious writes my dreams in such a way that they tell a narrative of some sort and have logic to what appears. Now, even if they're like sort of realistic images or anything, they have to make sense in the cohesion of what the dream's trying to convey. So yeah, my day has been going well so far. I'm trying to think of what color we should make this ceiling for this room at the moment. I'm not going to do anything super fancy, but it'd be nice to do something. In this particular project's case, I have scenes I'm working towards, and the rest of it, I'm going with the flow of what feels natural. I kind of like this is not natural for game development, but as a one-man dev, I kind of like to develop my projects like in a straightforward fashion. Because I like feeling out how the game feels at certain points. At the moment, I'm not doing that because I'm designing the bathroom first, which is not a room you'll be seeing first normally. But regularly, I'll start off by making the opening of the game, and I'll know points I want to work towards, but I won't make those points immediately. I'll basically make the rest of the game to get to those points, and then I might change some of the or details and stuff of that scene that I've had in my head forever of what makes more sense in terms of what the game itself is doing. So I like to sort of feel out in the moment of what feels right. And I think a lot about that in terms of atmospherics and stuff too, not just the story of the game, but what makes sense with pacing, what makes sense with how the flow of the game is feeling, how the game itself is feeling, how the player may or may not be feeling. I can't determine how the player may feel, but I think part of a game designer's job is to take an educated guess of how the player might be feeling at this part of the game and designing with feeling in mind. There is, of course, logic to it as well, but I feel like for me, myself, and I like to design far more by feeling than anything else. For story, I may have details. I also will say this: for me, stories are liquid. I always have plot points that I want to work towards, but those plot points may change in their exact details depending on what makes more sense to the story after I've done the rest of the work to build up to that point. Even if I've had a scene in my head since the very beginning of the project, if I get to the point where that scene makes sense to finally happen, but there's details of that plot point that make sense in a different context with how everything else has built up, then I'll make the changes then. I hope that kind of makes sense. There are differences depending on what sort of project it is. Like if I want voice actors to voice act something like Red Haze, there are lines in Red Haze the voice actors recorded and voiced long in advance. So I guess the truest answer to what you're asking is it kind of depends on the project, what serves the purposes of the project ahead of time. Red Haze was different than what I'm saying anyways as well, because I did plot out a lot of Red Haze's world and details with Sandy ahead of time, so yeah. That's an interesting question there, Miguel. I'm not going to claim I have the answer to this on account that I personally prefer stories that give you less rather than more. I'm sure that people who have played my games are already fully aware of that. But generally, here's how I work. I think even if you're making an incohesive plot, that's probably not the best way to word it, but even if you're making a plot that's very complex and the user will probably never know the complexities of the story, something that they can know is just the straightforward plot of what's happening. I think it's important to tell more than one story with a story. I think a story that's telling just one story can work. I'm not trying to say it will not work, but I think that players can sense if the story is contained to just the story you're hearing, or if there's more than the story that you're hearing going on at the same time. And with that in mind, like, your story, if it's a character themed story, it might be set in a world that's more than just the character story, but the game that you're playing is telling the character story. So you're focused on making a satisfying arc to the character story, even if there's more going on in the world than that character story. So then the world is not important for the character story, except that obviously the character story is influenced by the world. So making the world story not be as cohesive is not a big deal. Ultimately, it can even add. It's just that the player also needs to understand the character, where they're coming from, who they are, why they're here. And even those details could be ambiguous, I guess the word for it. That's alright there, NG. Kingdom Hearts, I'm not exactly sure I would use as a good example of storytelling. But I was gonna say. There's not even like a right way to do this, though. I feel there's a lot of people that like Kingdom Hearts, even though I could argue that I don't think Kingdom Hearts is a very good story. But all is what it is. I think part of Kingdom Hearts working as a cohesive story, part of its problem, there's two problems here, which I will now voice my own opinions for a second. Kingdom Hearts has two issues in that, A, the story side is also trying to integrate other stories, because obviously Kingdom Hearts is trying to integrate Disney stories into its main plot, so it's simultaneously retelling and telling the stories of Disney movies while also trying to tell its own original anime as hell plot, while also trying to, make some sort of logical sense of how all these things might connect to a thematic core. I think that Kingdom Hearts kind of works by themes, but there's a second problem. I think that the director has a really bad habit of latching onto really weird ideas. Like at the moment, he seems super obsessed with Versus 13, the game he never got to make. He has Versus 13 elements in Kingdom Hearts 3, and it looks like he's going to try and put even more Versus 13 elements in whatever Kingdom Hearts content is coming up, so... The thing is, there's also stories that are led by world above characters, or led by conflict, or stories that are led by characters first, or horrors first. There's so many different ways to tell a story that just one person's opinion on it doesn't really matter, I guess. It does matter, but it's not the most important thing because there's not a singular way to do it. In fact, I would argue that maybe one of the better strengths of being a writer, if you're trying to write something, is to focus on expanding your abilities in the different areas that you're focused on. I'm also not I'm not going to sit here and claim I'm some amazing writer or something. Just I like interconnecting worlds. I'm sure most people know this that have played my games. All of my games are connected in some way. Some are far more connected to certain entries than others. Some are super disconnected from everything so far. But what I purposefully did when I started making my games is I developed a mythos, like an idea which I had, which worked as a core thematic. But I made sure to keep the mythos super... Stop. I guess you could call it open, because I knew I wanted to develop a lot of things into that mythos. So I had a lot of things that are concrete. These are rules. But there's also a lot of aspects which are developed over time as I both grow as a person, as a writer, and both have a better idea of what I'm fitting this all into. I guess also, this is like the tip that everybody will tell you, and it's also important to say, no more than you're sharing with your audience. Things, even if the player never gets these details, as long as there's a logic to your world that you yourself as the author knows, even if they never know it, I think that players can sense that there is a continuation. This is, again, where me being a stickler for details helps out how my mind just naturally makes sure everything makes logical sense with everything. But know your world better than you share it. That's a tip that you hear from basically anyone. But yeah. And also, here's the last thing, which I guess I can say. This is just my personal opinion, and other writers and people have done this differently, so don't think that I'm authority on this. In my personal opinion, don't share more than is needed. Maybe some people are interested in reading a big lore dump of some really deep idea you have for the world of whatever you're creating, but if it's not important to the story you're telling, then really the audience doesn't need to know. At least not yet, if that makes sense. Da, 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 da. And that's alright, NG. Anyways, I got distracted by story questions. Let's think about ceilings and lighting. The ceiling, I've been thinking about when I was looking at this. I think I'm going to go for a brown ceiling. Do I just have a brown tile? I don't think so, so I'm just going to probably design a tile very, very quickly. Yeah, okay. That's another example if we're going to bring up J.K. Rowling, who also has had some attention today due to her fun thematics of... J.K. Rowling's issue is that there's some obvious retconning of what she's doing, of ideas that she layer things up that don't make sense with anything that she wrote that doesn't make sense with what she wrote previously. And just, it's a case where... This is actually, this brings up another thought of my opinion. Even as the author of my work, I don't really care to explain my work. I think the games will speak for themselves. I might express some things afterwards and whatever, But I care personally on my own level. I like it more when I hear what people get out of it more than my intent as an author. I don't really care if the person gets exactly what I was trying to convey in my work as I myself intended it when I wrote it. I'm far more interested in what people themselves get out of it. I think people can get more out of your work than you may have intended sometimes. And that's interesting, and I think that's worthwhile. I even thought that back when I started making all these game stuff. It's just, I'm not as concerned with them getting what I was trying to convey out of it. I think that people, anything they consume something, they'll take it as their own method and way. And obviously, that doesn't mean you don't need to shape your stories to appeal to some specific audience if you don't want to. You can do whatever, but I think that ultimately, once you release something, it's out of your hands of how people will take it. And yes, as an author, you do have some authority over what is official or not, but I think it's also an author's responsibility to not stifle people's interpretations, even if it's not what you intended. Now, there are some exceptions, like I wanted to come out with something. One of the only times I've ever clarified something was my hole is a mouth of dirt, recently actually, because some people took it as a game that was just trying to say, oh, religion is bad, which was not my intention. And the bigger thing which I wanted to express with it is the message of the game, which I had when I was writing it, had far more to do, not so much with that religion is bad, it's more bad how some people can take religion and form their identity around it to the point that it can become destructive to other aspects of their life, where the obsession with this being their moral compass and not thinking for themselves can get in the way. And that's not every religious person. I hope the game makes it very, very clear that Mole, who you're playing as in that game, is not every religious person out there, because they obviously are not. Just the game, there's no other real character. Well, there's no other characters for you to really reference, I guess. So I guess that's why some people can interpret it that way. But the goal of I wanted to clarify that point, because that's a point where I think some people start reading into a meaning that is harmful but isn't what the game was even really about in the first place. Not saying that I don't think people would come barging down my door saying, you said religion was bad. It's just something which I wasn't my intent, and it was sort of bothering me that people were pulling. Some, not even most people, it was mainly some commenters, and I just wanted to make a statement on that because that bothered me. But that has more to do with just my own personal opinions on this stuff, because even though I'm not a religious man, I'm an atheist, I respect people's rights to believe in whatever they believe in. It's just I've also had a lot of personal experience with people that unfortunately make not even just religion, but make anything such a crucial part of their identity and go down sort of a rabbit hole of their own beliefs. This religion is a more obvious one. It's what the game itself was tackling, but an example I have firsthand experience with, I'm going to call out for a second, is I've met some people who are really, really into the drug scene, that they treat it almost like a religion, and the same problem sort of persists there, where it becomes such a huge part of their identity that it becomes unhealthy for them. And it gets to a point where it starts becoming destructive to their lives. Yeah. And yeah, with J.K. Rowling stuff, there's nothing in any of the Harry Potter books that I remember reading which is specifically point at Ganondorf being gay, for example, if we're going to talk about that first point before a lot of other points that she made later. And it's a case where if you wanted that to be such a plot point, then show, don't tell. I know it's writing, so you have to tell the show, but there's a difference between the author coming on Twitter being like, oh yeah, that was something, and then, like the work itself speaking for itself in this remark. Ultimately, I don't believe precisely in the idea that the author and the creation can be entirely separate, because the creation does come from the author. However, I said Ganondorf, Gandalf, whatever, sorry. Ganondorf is gay. Anyways, rolling with all that, I was going to say that with that, just it retcons. It doesn't retcon, I guess, but it feels super like it doesn't mean anything, because there was nothing in the works that ever even really hinted at it. And I don't know, it just feels like it's trying to get brownie. I think that's one of the bigger problems. It feels like it's trying to get brownie points where it isn't really earned. Oh, you were just saying woke points right when I was saying brownie points. But yeah. Anyways, how do I want the ceiling to look? I think I'm just gonna make it brown. Like, the ceiling does not need to be anything fancy. I think just literally a dark brown color will do the job. Yep. I'm also going to say this up front. Coming from me, myself, and I am a humanist. I believe in people's rights to express themselves, and I believe in equal opportunity. Yes, humanistic opportunity is the word I would use for it. But I think that having representation is extremely important, but what does not help is forced representation. And I don't mean forced representation as in, oh, you have to put a character. Why does it have to be like that? Like a lot of people try and use, like, why does the character have to be blank? Because that's just fucking bullshit. Why does anything have to be anything? But I more mean the example. I think J.K. Rowling with the Gandalf fun is just forced representation. It's an actual example of forced representation. It's someone who is just forcing a character to be something that's not represented in any way within the character themselves, and it just feels like they're doing it for brownie points. There's an argument of what forced representation actually means. I would argue it doesn't mean like, oh, there's a character who's gay. That's not forced representation. That's just representation. I think that a character who is shoehorned into being something for the exact purpose to be that something, like Gandalf in this example, is actually a perfect example of what forced representation actually is. I hope that makes sense of what I was saying. Maybe I'm not the right person to speak about this particular topic, but that's my thoughts at the time, I guess. Dumbledore, Gandalf, Ganondorf, they're all the same to me. Fuck. I thought it was Gandalf in my head. I forgot it was Dumbledore. Dumbledore and Gandalf were like the same character, but Gandalf's like a bajillion times better. Also, if we're talking about, I know why I confused it in my head. You want to know why I confused it in my head? Because Gandalf is played by the actually amazing actor who I wish I was better with names. I wish I was better with names. He's a fantastic actor, and he's actually openly gay. He was openly gay in a time period where being openly gay was very dangerous for you even, and he was very brave, and I respect that immensely. And I think that's why, just when I'm thinking about gay old white bearded dude, I guess my mind went to Gandalf because of that. You can usually tell the difference between catering that shoehorns, yeah. Ceiling should be a little bit darker. Mm-hmm. I don't think new shows have it forced. Okay, so we're going to be talking about something very complex. I am not the right person to be talking about this before I continue. I am not. Okay. I am heterosexual. I am a white male. I haven't really been. The biggest thing I can say that I can be quote unquote repressed by is that I have I'm on the autism spectrum disorder. I have a higher functioning case of it, though. If I didn't tell people, most would never know. That's fine. That's the most I can claim for this. So I am not in the right position of authority to talk about this. But what I can say from a personal thought here is I don't think recent cartoons are forced representation. In fact, I think that they are helpful. I think it's actually great to get more people from a younger age to consider different options than what's provided. I also realize that this is somewhat pushback for years and years and years of animated cartoons focused on, like, the classic love story of guy meets girl, shenanigans, getting together. So I actually understand that the last decade is a lot of artists and you could say creators trying to better balance what is decades of stuff that like comes before it. Like if you grow up with Disney movies, you have all the exemplifications of there. So that's just my opinion from this angle. But yeah. And of course, that's part of the fun of it, Banana Pie. And ultimately, a creator can do what they want with their characters. A character doesn't need to be anything. A character is a blank canvas until you make them into something. So I don't like the idea of limiting, like, oh, you're only putting that in because it's popular. Like, whatever. It doesn't matter. I think it starts becoming an issue when it becomes, I guess you can call it problematic. Like, J.K. Rowling is unfortunately a very great example of how not to handle it. Unfortunately, I'm kind of disinterested in podcasts. Not, I have a lot to say. Apparently, I talk a lot, but I'm not really interested in the podcast format. Yeah, okay, Colin, I see what you did there. Because, like, if depending how you look at it, a character can be forced to be anything, but it's not really that. It's because a character is nothing. A character doesn't exist until they do exist. If that makes any sense. They're not existed until somebody creates them and then puts them into a method of consumption so other people can receive the character. It's an idea. A character is an idea, and writing, and there's so much. I mean, characters can exist without even having like saying anything. There's characters that exist out there that don't speak a single word. It's just I hate the idea of forced representation from the angle that a character is this and why are they like this, because again, a character doesn't need to be anything. A character can be whatever. It doesn't really matter. That's just my opinion though. Set that there. I think I'm going to add one small detail. Just the smallest of small details to this, just to make it look a little bit more than just like a brown void in the sky. I have not watched Dragon Prince. There's a lot of things I have not seen. I only saw Breaking Bad for the first time like a month and a half ago, and I'm currently in the process of watching Community. Da, 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 da. Standing criteria for stuff to have interest. Does interest you, Ryan? Um, Here's something I've observed about myself, and I think this is true of more people. Just I don't see many talk about it. I think this is going to be a bad example because gateway is usually the term that people use to describe drug usage, but I'm almost done with Community. I'm getting close to the end of the 5th season. So, yeah, and yes, it was because it came on Netflix that I started watching it. Anyways. But what I was going to say about it there is there's things I used to have complete disinterest in. Even there's some movies I saw when I was younger I did not like, which I've come back to older, and I now appreciate them and like them. And I know why. It's because I think that there's gateways to opening up your mind to experiences you previously may not have enjoyed. I think that there are ways to take steps to broaden both not only your understanding but your enjoyment of things. I think people too easily think of liking things as a yes or no process, thinking, yes, I like this, and but no, I don't like this. And I think that that's such a prominent and understood concept that people don't question it. When in reality, I don't think liking something is as simple as I like it or I don't like it, like people usually paint it as. I think that people are more complex than that, and that liking something has more to it than it's just a default yes or no thing. I think that you can like something at some point in time, and then later, when you're developed more in a different way, not like something. There are certain periods of my life I liked or disliked certain things, and then later in my life, I liked or disliked them, partially because of how I myself has developed as a person. I think that it's not just a simple yes or no question, as people say, and I think that you can broaden your enjoyment of things by taking what I call gateway things to have a better understanding. A great example of this for me is Giallo. I love Giallo these days, but I feel like Giallo, you have to get an acquired taste for it. But to get the acquired taste, I feel like you have to build up a love for other things. I don't think you could throw a Giallo film, like certain Giallo films. There's some Giallo films that are far more accessible than others, but there's certain films in the genre I don't think you could throw at someone and they would immediately like it, but they might come to like it if they start to appreciate what Giallo does in other works before consuming some of the harder to consume things. It's kind of like, I think, if you eat something enough times, they say you begin to like it. I guess you just have to acquire a taste for it, is kind of what happens there. I hope I'm kind of making sense of what I'm talking about, but yeah, that's just my thoughts, though. Da, 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 da. I will make this an 8. Rolls as it goes. So I don't have any. In fact, part of me, I've challenged myself to watch things not that I would like or dislike specifically, just I guess see if they will. I ended up liking Breaking Bad more than I thought I would, even if I don't love it as much as a lot of people do. But yeah. Can I tell you one of my guilty pleasures? Like an actual guilty pleasure. People are gonna look at me weird afterwards, like, Ryan, what? I'm gonna share it. So this is an actual guilty pleasure. My favorite aspect of Breaking Bad was many people's favorite aspect of the show. It was relationship between Walter White and Jesse Pinkman. And I don't usually like AMVs, but for some reason, YouTube started recommending me some Breaking Bad AMVs, and I don't know, I kind of like them. They're in their cheesiness, but they're such a stupid thing to be admitting to. What I'm basically trying to say is I like Breaking Bad AMVs. Can we get back to the uwu cuteness? Yeah. Okay. Put that there. So this should be tile 2, 3, 4. And that should make this look correct. I took so long on this just because I got so distracted by the discussion. I am such an easily distracted person. Da, 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 da. The working, I could have got done what I was just doing in like a minute if I wasn't so distracted by talking. So a minute process became like a 20-minute process because I was distracted. Alright, well, does that seem okay for you guys? Maybe it's a little dark for this room. Now that I'm seeing in motion here. Think it's fine. Maybe I should just make it... Ignore the light, because I haven't changed the lighting in this room yet. Lighting comes after I'm done with the ceiling. What do you guys think at the moment? I'm trying to sit here and think about it. Yep, it's a community-made horror game, just sort of testing some things. Think the ceiling should change? I think the ceiling should maybe change. Or does it look good? I guess maybe it does. I'm thinking, is it too distracting with the whiteness of everything else in the room? I guess it, but I don't want the ceiling to be like pure white. I don't know what I want to do with it, actually. I kind of have an idea, actually. All right, give me a second. I'm actually not gonna use. I'm gonna keep this ceiling for another room probably, and it's just a very simple thing. But yeah. Yeah, you're thinking. I was just thinking they're banana pie. I was thinking like a minty type color almost. They look a little bit more natural next to other characters. In fact, I'll use it. Let me temporarily put the girl in here just so I can see how her height looks. I can increase the camera height if I need be. How does this girl look compared to us? Sophie. There she be. I guess for the camera facing, she'd be this way. I want to see how Sophie looks. Oh, ignore the lighting. The lighting of this room has not been worked on at all. The lighting is not this room's lighting. Oh, wait, you're talking about the floor. You're talking about the roof. I understand now. I thought you meant the lighting of the room. Sorry. I was going to say the lighting's not finished. But I'm thinking sort of a color like this could end up doing wonders for the ceiling. Maybe not quite that color. Something like that, except I'm going to just apply a filter to it. Just a little bit of noise, just to give it a little bit of texture to it. Let's see how this ends up working for a ceiling. It might look like shit. Yes, the light bulbs are actually what I'm planning to use for the lighting. Not only can they be used for that, that's exactly what they're there for. But I just haven't done it yet. It takes a little bit more work, but let's do this. What if I changed you to a 1? Now I'm thinking with ceilings. Okay, ignoring the light peeking through. Does that seem like an okay color stuff for the ceiling? Maybe I should make it a little bit more blue. Also, maybe I should make myself a little bit taller. Just a little bit. Though that does look good from this angle. It's just when we get right up next to her. I guess I can make... I don't want us to be too tall, though. A little bluer, a little darker is what I'm thinking. I don't want... See, the thing is, I'm not sure if I want it to be a tile. Most ceilings don't have tiles. Some do. But... hue saturation. I'm going to mess around with this a little bit. I'm going to make it a little bit darker. I'm going to change the hue to be a little more, bit more blue. I'm going to turn the saturation down a bit. Let's see what this end result looks like. There. And because I've got the camera settings just inside here... What if I... Let's change this to 1.2. That does mean I need to change all of this to 1.2, though. This might really fuck it up, but I think it'll do the job alright. Well, I did make us a little taller, but it was a little bit less than I was hoping for. Also, I like the ceiling. I think this color is the right color for the ceiling. Do you guys agree or disagree before the line goes on? I think that's the right color for the ceiling. And ignore the light there. That's just part of the line. I could do something kind of cool with it, but yeah. I think this is the ceiling color, though. I think this one works. Alrighty. Work there. Back to the camera setup. What if I raise this to 120? This is an experiment just to see the results. Oh wait, that was the angle, right. Hey there, I'm looking. Kisses. Say hey. I don't know what you know about ceilings, but that wasn't quite correct. If I put this to 2, what's going to happen? What if I kept everything to 1.2 but this? This is science happening here. No, but there was a little bit of a curve there. Oh wait, actually I think I know what's going on there. Okay, I'm gonna mess around with the camera more later. The camera took a little bit to set up in the first place, and I just remembered something which I completely forgot about. But that's gonna take a little bit more time than what I'll put into the efforts right now. So I'm gonna put this all back to this, and yeah, we'll make the character grow later. That can change anytime, really. Right now, I'm gonna focus a little bit more on the lighting now that we got the ceiling taken care of, because there's a lot to be done here. First thing, let me make sure that nobody sent me anything in the meantime of doing all this. Oh, somebody did send me something. Clock. Checking this. Let's see. I was reading something for a second. What I was up to there for us a moment. We did get a clock. I guess I'll put the clock in the coat rack. I know it doesn't really make sense with naming wise, but I don't know where it is, so. It's a tall sprite, so it needs to go into a tall sprite set. Tall sprites are a little bit tricky with the 3D engine if you put them onto the main like sprites sheets things, but they can work with like character sheets. I say that's a pretty decent clock. And there we go. It's a clock. We were a turtle all along. Alright. Lighting, here I come. MV3D, and a canceling out for MV3D. And now in between these two things, we must decide the colors that we want this to be. I said that a little bit strangely, but basically, yeah. Basically, light and fog. Now, I don't want the default light, and I might need to change the shadows. I do need to remember some things about the shadow nodes. So before I care at all about shadows, let me think about light and fog. Or maybe I can disable. Okay, I'm gonna try one thing with the shadows before I ignore it. All right. Da da da. I'm gonna try and remember something about shadows first. Or maybe this is fine. Let me first see what happens before I mess with anything else. I'm not gonna mess with the shadows yet. I'm just gonna do what I can, where I can. The default light of the map, I think, should be like a dark greenish bluish. Like a dark greenish bluish. Something like this color. So before I should put lights onto the map, I'm going to show you guys kind of what I'm going for with this. I want the light to be like this. I want the fog to be darkness. So this is going to make the map look extremely dark in a second. We're going to put more lights in just a second. Okay? Or it did not make the map look darker at all. I forgot that we had the girl standing there. Hi, Missy. We'll mess more with you later. Now, why did that not have... Oh, I'm stupid. I typoed MV3D. Here's the thing about even, like, fake coding. Because this is coding, but it's like coding layered with coding. It's a plug-in language filtered to a normal coding. But typos are your worst enemy. Alright. So, before I turn the lights on, how is this for a color for everybody in the map? And I do know I still need to change the overall lighting, but how are you guys sitting with this? I could make it darker, but I don't think I need to. Yeah. Rolls as it goes. Now we're going to put some effort to get these lights working. Alright. If I know something about lights, which I'd like to think, I'm going to start off with a default. And hopefully I can figure out the rest as I go. I'm going to test this first light just to make sure I coded this in correctly before I change anything else about it, including the color, light shed cast. Okay, that that became a super neon light in like 2 seconds. So here's our first example. How's that look to all of you? That's not exactly what I was going for with that before you ask about it. But there's attempt number 1. The light is working, though. We can confirm that by looking at it. Ominous. It actually makes turning around that corner creepier with her standing there. That's kind of fun. Beep, bop. See, here's the thing. It's surprising how much lighting can change about a scene. We've seen this bathroom a bajillion times already, right? We've seen this exact shot multiple times, even just today's stream. But now, just with the change in lighting, doesn't it look completely different? It's actually amazing how much lighting can change. Anyways. Rolling with that, though. A lot more to go. Okay. A few things to figure out. The glow needs to be way less than it is. I think the glow could work as a 0.1 by 0.1. Alright. Things about the glow to figure out. I don't need transparency. This one is specifically made for this one. Like, the lighting system I usually use, which is Terex lighting, does not work with 3D. It's not that. It's a different lighting system entirely. Thinking about it. We don't need that there. Thinking some about this for a second. I'm sorry, I'm like, The color shouldn't be white. Let's give it an actual color. I'm gonna give it a very yellow tone. And see how this affects this. Like, really yellow. Super yellow. Alright. The other details. Do you guys think the size of the light was okay? I know, right? Well, here's the reason why you can do this. Um, right now, what they do is that RPG Maker MV works with JavaScript coding language, and they've updated the Pixie, which Pixie is the name of the graphics engine that the main game uses. Both of those have 3D capabilities. It's just RPG Maker doesn't really utilize them, but because they keep the engine open enough, you can start fiddling if you know what you're doing. The light, maybe I should make it a little bit dimmer. I'm thinking about some things. I am definitely thinking about some things. I guess it's not the height or anything I need to change. It's like a lamp. I'm going to test some with this, okay? I'm going to start off by putting this to 1, and I'm going to see what this looks like. And then I'm going to like scale it up just to get an idea. Well, there's that. Now, keep this shot in mind. I'm going to test a few more times to see what difference this has. Okay. I'm now turning this up to 6. And let's see what changes. Huh, I wonder what changed. It'll stay a mystery. Yo, it looks spooky as fuck. Yeah. That's a little bit too... In fact, let me do... This is just for science. This is for science and not serious. What if I change this to 100? Ah, yes. That is an effect. Look at that go. It's actually kind of cool looking. It was obviously not what we were trying to go for here, but it's kind of cool looking. Okay, now let's try something far more subtle. Let's try like 0.2. That's really dim. Holy hell. I can make it a blue light. Like I can literally make this any color. Any color on the computer's color scale, which has a color numerical value, which is literally hundreds of thousands of colors. I can make this any color you can think of. I can make it black even. Like just a black light of darkness. I tried it before. It can't work like that. You can literally like when I'm not doing this right now, but if I felt like it, I can make just a wall of pure darkness. Anyways. I have messed around with Smile a bit with Unity a long time ago. I need to relearn it basically entirely because it has been many years. And I've mainly messed with RPG Maker. I like RPG Maker. I got inspired by some games years ago, and yeah. The light should be stronger than this, but... And the thing is, this isn't supposed to be horror-y. Or maybe, you know what, this does pop up a little bit later. Maybe it can be a little bit horror-y. I'll try a blue light in a second. I first want to see what this looks like. This is actually creepy. Hey! Before I light other lights here, So, want me to try a different color other than yellow so we don't have like this sort of dingy look that's going for it? Yep. La di da di da. Gonna wait to see what people think and say. Actually, can you guys give me a second? I'm gonna try something for science. I have to make it a black screen for a second because I need to access something and I can't let you guys see. But I had an idea right now. Before I start fixing up the lighting, there is something I want to try as a little bit of an experiment, I guess you can call it. Okay. This is a test. This is a test. Okay. This will probably make the movement feel a shit ton better. To the point that I think I'm going to quickly test it. There might be some issues. And if it has too much issues, then I will just change it. Because I haven't really prepared the game code for this. But I want to give it a try because it would make the movement feel a lot better. And maybe the game isn't complex enough that I'd run into as many issues as I'm thinking I might. Okay, I'm going to give it a shot. This is there. This is definitely a gamble. I had an idea when I was testing out the game scene, which is just going to be a little bit of a test there. Yep, you've all become blind. I've taken your sight away. Oh, this is such a gamble. I actually cannot believe this could break so much of the game. Let's see what happens though. So I have no idea if this is about to work or not. This might do absolutely nothing. But I'm testing something. Okay, well I've got good news and bad news. You guys want the good news or the bad news first? It doesn't quite work as intended. Look, Mom, I'm up here. Ha 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 ha. Hee 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 hee. Oh dear. That didn't quite work as intended. Alright. That doesn't get a place for now. Undo that. My little experiment didn't work as intended. It kind of worked, but it didn't. This movement shall stay. Okay. How, oh how? I guess I have to change the faux... No, that isn't the fog color, though. How do I change that? That is the question. Kinda. But hey, is what it is. I guess... Do you guys think... I guess I should make that light a little bit. Besides yellow, what color are you guys thinking of before I start applying this to all the lights? I'm going to make this glow a little bit more than it's currently glowing. Make it like 75. Wait. That's the wrong thing. That's 0.1. I'm going to make the lamp thing more like 0.4. Let's see what sort of effect this has. It should be twice as bright, theoretically. That's actually a little bit spookier now that's brighter, surprisingly enough. Now, I also want to test something. If I change this 6 to 100, what's going to happen? What is the result of this going to be? Ah, I now know. Not the least bit spooky, don't mind me. So that's all good and dandy, right? Now I'm going to turn that down. It's obviously not supposed to be a 100 scale at the moment. Let's just try 10, though. How's that look? There's a little bit of a blue light. I need to remember how to change like the core lighting, basically. Alright, so if I added this lighting stuff to the other lights in the game, in this bathroom I should say, what sort of effect are we getting? Before anything else. It took a little bit longer for the map to load, and that's not quite the result I'm going for. Imagine if you entered a bathroom and it had this sort of lighting going on. That'd be great, right? I think they need to be a little bit more dingy than what they're being. Turn that back to 6. This back. To 6. And this back to 6 as well. I might try a blue light in a second, just because I think they'll give it more of a kind of natural fluorescent look. But I also just wanted to see what the yellowish green light version of the place ends up looking like. So now we're going to try blue lights. Kind of a sterile blue. Sophie's just there having a good time, Cyber. Sophie's just glad to be a part of something. Let's put that there. And this here. And now we have a functionally lit up bathroom. This makes the atmosphere feel very different. I think I might prefer the yellow lighting, actually. But how do you guys feel about it? And yeah, lighting can have a surprising effect. Do you guys prefer the yellow lighting, the blue lighting, or think I should try a different color? More for the blue lighting? Blue's the winner for Cyber. I mean, I'm willing to listen to other people. Trust me on that one. Wondering about a darker blue? Like a bluer blue or like an actually like darker blue? Mm-hmm. To roll as it goes. Alright, I'm going to try something a little bit in the middle of our options here. For other things, not for this immediately. I think I kind of know what I'm going for. This is going to be different than what anyone said, and maybe it'll end up looking terrible, but I'm curious of the result. I can definitely say that. That there. And then for you. And for you. So I've made the light somewhere between blue and green in a darker tone. How does this color work out for folks? Pink lights for another time. Da, 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 da. It might be the right tone for this. It's not too like over the top creepy yet, but still is a little bit when you enter this for the first time and be like, yeah. It is similar, but it is also different. It's a little bit more green. It's a little darker. So yeah. I don't think it's too spooky. This is a little bit later, and anyways, to be one of the further. Now I need to figure out how to change the global lighting here. I think it's the ambience lighting. I think it is. I'm gonna try something that might have very strange effects on the game, and I apologize right now if it does. Okay. Let's have some fun with this. Change the ambient. I want to see what happens if I make the ambient light just red. I want to see if this does what I think it's going to do. I'm pretty sure it's going to do what I think it's going to do, but I want to just check. Oh, okay, that did not have the effect I was expecting. Not quite what I was going for with it. Hi, Sophie. Don't mind me. The worst part is that it didn't change the light I thought it was going to change. That light's still fine. Well. Hi, Sophie. Say hey. Da 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 da. Red also means camera room. That wasn't quite what I was going for. What if I made the fog red? I'm trying a few different experimental things. I apologize. Nothing, because you actually don't see the fog on this map. Even if I go into like the place with the furthest thing, I don't think I see the fog. Yeah, I don't even see the... Oh, I'm falling off the map! Goodbye! The world that aesthetic gamer never wanted you to see. You're not supposed to be here. Anyways. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Thinking about this a little bit. Okay. I need to figure out. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research on something. What is the value? The problem is I need to go back into something I can't let you guys see. Okay. But I need to figure out what is causing the lighting I'm having issue with. Sorry for the black screen again. I'm just testing. Da, 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 da. Alpha fog there. Okay. I figured it out. I think I did. Yeah, I think I'm figuring it out. All right, this place ain't big enough for the both of us. Give me a second, I'm figuring something out. Alright. Would that work? Okay. I think I can show the screen again. I'm just figuring something out. It's going to take a little bit of sciencing, but I think I kind of have an idea of what I'm trying to do here. Okay. What if I want... I'm just going to try the red color again, just to make sure things are working as I think they are. Wait, oh, can I do it like this? This is a very weird experiment. And I apologize ahead of time if this does not end up working like I think it's going to work. What I think will happen is that the color will change in the span of 10 seconds. Oh, it's actually happening. See how the lighting up there? Oh, I can do that? That's weird yet cool. Welcome to the bathroom. Okay, so I know how to change the thing now, which I was being concerned about. I guess just black works out well. Make it this and make it happen in one. Okay. I have fixed the weird ceiling light thing. Does this color and all that seem okay to you guys for the bathroom? think I should make I think maybe I can. You know what? I'm gonna save this version of the bathroom for later. Currently, this is fine. I think I'm gonna make it cheerier. This is supposed to be the normal bathroom. I'm gonna make the bathroom cheerier than it actually is at the moment. Okay. I've got an idea and of how the game's different forms can work. So I'm about to make this bathroom look entirely different than it's looked this whole entire time. So get kind of ready for that. This is going to be way too cheery compared to what we've been looking at for the last bit. So get ready for this. This should look great. And now you're going to see the true power of what lighting can control. Because I'm about to completely change the lighting of this area. It's going to have quite an effect, you'll see. And then with that orange, make kind of like... This is going to look so weird compared to what we've just been staring at. Put that through. I'm looking forward to it, though. So here is what I think the normal bathroom should look like if my color scheming is correct. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the new version of the bathroom. I think this should be the bathroom the first time that you visit it, and then it changes later. Okay? Is everyone all right with that? Da, 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 da. I have to add a door and other stuff, so yeah. I mean, it's pretty nice. Welcome to my bathroom crib. Not pink. I think it shouldn't be too pink. I think this is right for what we're going for. Yeah, I mean, we still have a lot more going. A lot more to be had and done. Isn't it surprising how much lighting can change a place? All good. I see it as a joke there. You use those standard light bulbs for your bathroom? My. Is this reminding you of your own bathroom? I do want to change one thing about the lighting in this room. Very minor thing. I messed up here somewhere. How and where did I mess up here? This might mess it up more, but let's find out. That makes sense. Alright, this color and all that seem good to everybody? I think this is the color that we're going to be using for the default bathroom. There needs to be more details in the bathroom, but I think this is the right type of lighting for it. For the first visit. And things as they go and develop. Okay. Surprising again how much lighting can really change your perception on things. And that bathroom still needs more details, but that's okay. No, this part is important for things later in the game. It's kind of, there's going to be a lot of space in this house. There's some reasons. There is a few more things I want to put in here, though. Like, there's one thing which I can put right now that we have it now. It's you, poster. You're one of the posters I want to put in. In fact, I'm going to put in 2 pictures in here. I need a lot of paintings. Black fall brings out its motto. Sorry, I like the song. Turn the lighting off because I don't need the lighting for this. Only one. Run. 48. It's spring, it's spring, and sing. You can own it if you trust your instincts. Sorry, staying through. It's a nice song. Da, 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 da. Negative that. I do need to put a door here as well. Do I have any doors available currently? I need to get doors. Not toilet paper, funnily enough. I know I need to get doors. That's okay though. So ignore the fact that this place doesn't have a door yet. Yes, yes they do. I could make them disappear faster, but I'm just trying something. Alright. Painting is hanging the hunt up. That is not in the right place. I need to fix that to the right place. I also might put that a little bit more in the corner. Da, 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 da. What's Z-axis thing that I put it to? No Z-axis. That would explain that. I put you to, I think you were the right Z-axis, or else you'd have been kind of weird looking there. Okay. I guess on the opposite wall actually makes more sense. Otherwise, these two look a little bit too close together. The problem with that is, well, I guess I can. That actually gave me an idea. There's so much I can take advantage of there, so. The first person character switch animation will not be there the whole entire game either. It's just the thing for what we're currently experimenting with. So that's there, that's there. We do need a few more things still, but it's starting to come together. Da 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 da. I think there should be a little bit more in this first hallway, but just a little bit more. In fact, I kind of already know what I want to be here too. Let me show you something a little neat. I'm getting to that point of development. This happens to be sometimes. I'm getting to a part of development where I'm starting to get butterflies in my stomach. I'm like, yes, this is coming together. Oh, this is really starting to shape up. And I love that feeling. It's a great feeling. So, image, parallaxes. I'm gaining excitement for what I'm working on fully. I'm like, yes, make it come together. And this is only one room. Now, my goal today is to finish up the bathroom and start on 2 rooms. Not finish, but get them into like a outline form. So I think we're gonna meet today's goals easily. Show grid, and I'm gonna do something just to cheat a counter a little bit. Awesome. We're gonna start on the game's opening, but not precisely finish it. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna change the color up a little bit to match the room that we're making now, just to make things fit a little bit more. I have an idea of how I'm gonna make this bathroom look a little bit more natural. Play a song as we do this. Sorry, that's not in my throat there. Colors, hue saturation. Purple will actually fit with how this is shaping up, so. Now, some things to put on the bathroom. I'm going to spread a couple things here that I think we don't have. Shampoo. Okay, I kind of know what I'm drawing. If you trust your instincts. I'm gonna draw just a little fake shampoo thing here. I don't really mind if it doesn't look great or anything. It just needs to be a small detail, basically. Put some stuff there. Add some slightly different colors on different parts of it. I made that a little bit too dark, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's better. And then even just a little bit lighter there. And a little bit lighter here. I made that too lighter, which means a little bit more of a conversion to it. Then a slight thing to make it appear like part of it is empty. That's too strong. That's the right level of bullshit. Yeah, it could be an egg actually, but I'm gonna try and make it look a little bit better in a bit. Yeah. On and on, but nothing's gonna happen. Actually, here and there would make sense. Give it a little bit of a fake label. Now let me also change one thing about the colorization. I'm gonna put a little bit of a comb there. I'm gonna have to cheat with the angle a little bit to make it look more natural, but trust your instincts. Alright, what other bullshit would you quickly find on the bathroom counter besides like a sink or something? Just like a little place to put stuff in. What's that? Okay, Coyote. In fact, I'm gonna add one thing to this, which I thought might be a cute detail myself right now. It's gonna be a really small detail though. Cabinet with pills? You know what? Actually, that did remind me of something, so I'm happy you said it. No, not that. Apparently I can't control this new mouse of mine very well. Now just add a little bit of texture to the shelf, but just a little bit. That's a little bit too much texture. Not bad calls. A lot of ideas there. Yeah, but those are all good suggestions. In fact, I'm gonna do a few things quickly. I'm not gonna keep it a little bit barren, but I'll do a few of the suggestions you guys just said. Just putting some stuff together. And it's spring. No, there's a mirror. The thing is, we can use a sprite that doesn't have a reflection. Trust me, it'll be fine. I have an idea for it anyways. We actually have a mirror sprite in this. Or, right, it's on one of the things. I remember now. I think a worn towel will work nicely, though. Let's make it brief, something like this. If you trust your instincts. First layer of shading. Alright. Hopefully these little details add a little something to this. Just a little something, though. Except I did realize a limitation I'm about to hit really quickly, but hopefully it doesn't end up hurting anything. This might end up being really awkward, though. Because I just realized something, which this will be interesting. I guess I could do it like this. No, that wouldn't work. Well, we're gonna see what happens. It's spring. see. Song stuck in my head is like hell right now, but that's okay. Okay. I need 16. Wait, there's actually one command which I need to remember. This is Spring by Uncanny Valley, so it'll be this game's credit sequence. Okay. What did I just look at? Not that. Okay, I'm going for 16. That's why I set it to, so it's gonna cause a bigger issue potentially, but we'll find out what happens. I have to relaunch it for this. Okay, I'm gonna have to quickly relaunch RPG Maker just to make something appear. Take that, launch, yeah. Yeah, it's a good song. Sing. I still need to add collision to this room and such, but making the appearance work first is gonna be important. All right. Now here's hoping all these small details add a little bit more to the room and doesn't make it worse. It could be that second one. It's happened to me before. Okay. I added a little counter. It didn't quite end up looking like I expected it to, but it works out. Can I move that a little bit back? I might make that, yeah, I might make that move a little bit back so it looks a little bit more natural. Tile on the floor, this over here. All right. Does the bathroom look like it's coming more together? Unfortunately, the ceiling solution I need to figure out something for, because that obviously is not going to fly. Actually, I have a solution already in my head. So ignore the ceiling. I might have a way around it. And I think I'm going to change something to make this stuff on this table stuff look better. Okay? Everyone following. Actually, I do. I was going to say. That's technically not intentional, whatever. It works. No one will notice except me. Well, what do you think, Yori Dog? I need to move this so it looks a little bit more natural when it's slanted at this angle. So I'm going to do some little trickery here. I don't like the mouse painting. Alright. I'm going to put a different painting up here, which I think might be more suited. I'll put a stormy sea type thing, which actually is fitting for the bathroom. Okay, and now I'm also going to go back into GIMP. The tile stuff ends up looking a little bit weirder than I thought in person. I mean, it still works, just a little weirder. It wasn't exactly what I expected it to look like. Now this stuff, I'm going to do a little bit of voodoo wizardry. And by voodoo wizardry, I mean I'm going to move it up a few more pixels so it's not like right on the edge. Even though right on the edge is usually what you want for 3D. Now, my hope... Oh, wait. Oh, actually, never mind. I realized how to make this work better than what I was thinking. Thankfully, I'm smart, and I thought about it for a second, and I realized, wait. It's U I need to examine. I need to change its X variable. Not to the extent that this is, and not in the negatives. It'll be the positives. But thankfully I thought about this for a second, and I realized changing this to 18 will do a lot more. 18. $24. And now for the ceiling issue, this is a different problem. Okay, so this should actually still be 40. And this is not going to work until I do something a little different. I need to change the tile height here. Let's see. I had the solution in my head a second ago. It's not. I'm going to try two things. Thing number one involves removing this 40, which will probably make the entire ceiling disappear, but let's find out what happens. It did. Also made that super tall, but that's another question for another time. Bright side, I put the table and comb stuff in the place I want to put them. It's part of the fun. So that, oh well, except a mall bathroom fun is a fun comparison to make. So maybe not the region fun. I've got a devious plan. Not really a plan, but all right. This might break all of this. But I've got to try. And I also need to figure out if it's backwards or forwards. It seems almost backwards with how I have it set up. So this is A2, and it's A2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay. And that A2, is it 50 or 05? I'm gonna have to find out. I'm trying something a little bit peculiar right now, so please bear with me. I guess the command is a height command. I'm trying something a little bit strange still, so please bear with me for a second. I think it should be height 0.33, but I also could be on the exact wrong tile. So let's see what ultimately ends up happening here, because honestly I don't know. Okay, plan, that was obviously not the right one, but that does leave a little bit of promise. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it what I think it is then? Or what I would have originally thought, where it's, wait, did I write A2? Okay, I did. And this should be 0, 5. Will that end up working out? No. Solving you is going to be harder than I thought, and I don't like that, but it is what it is. I guess I could use a terrain tag. I guess that would actually work, but it's not fun, but it would work. Okay. I'm doing some real trickery here to make this stuff work, so please bear with me. I think the way to get this to work how I want it to work is a little bit more like A2. Okay. Hopefully this works as I hope it does. Counters. It's A2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0, 5, and A2, 1, 5. Both of them height 0.33. I've got some stuff to test with this though. Not with the camera. Let me think about this for a second. It should be, I guess that should be right. Theoretically, that should be right. Oh wait, but I misspelled height. That is not right, but the rest of it should be. Typos are thy enemy. Now, hopefully, theoretically, if I got this correct, will it appear so in just a second? No. Wait, why did it go to that? Right, it's the default height. Okay, I remember. It's a shelf for giants. The cabinets, I agree with you, except the cabinets aren't going to appear once I have the height I want. So, I know how to make one appear and the other. Is there a way to do ceiling other than what I'm doing? So maybe the ceiling answer is what I should be looking for. Because ceiling I've also been having issues with, so I think this is coming with my issue of ceilings in the first place. I have to figure out the ceiling fun. Okay. The problem of figuring out how to make the counter and the ceiling appear in the same area. There's probably more than one way to do this, but I think the trickiness and the problem I'm having is the way I'm doing the ceilings in the first place on this map. It's the only method I've gotten so far to work, but and the counters I want to be there. They look good when they're working and the ceiling's there, but okay. Let me dig a bit more into this. I'm going to try some science experiments. Why does that just work for people? Like, it doesn't work for me. Well, I guess people's the wrong word. In theory, that should work. It does call upon the pixie command correctly. But obviously I was doing something wrong with it earlier, so I do need to figure it out. Okay. I'm going to try this again. Ceiling A5. And I guess the thing is just 5. Or, yeah, 5. It should honestly be as simple as this. But it's not. I'm going to delete this temporarily. I'll get the MV3D tile thing out of the way. Now this isn't just going to work, is it? If it does just work, that'd be amazing. But... wait. Why did it suddenly just... maybe it's still... okay. If I remove 40 from everything here... I tried a long time to get this to work. If it's just magically working now, I'm going to be like, why? What did I do wrong? Okay, well, how come it's working now but wasn't working earlier? I mean, that's good, but at the same time, like, why? Now, just to confirm it's working as intended, can I now make this all 16 and this will work just fine? Well, somehow I did it. I don't fully know how I did it, but I did it. Look at that. I'm going to make the counter a little bit taller than it is right now. And I even got that into places where it doesn't look like it's sliding off when I'm looking at it from the wrong angle. I mean, I could move you a little bit further on the y-axis. In fact, I think I'm going to do that. But yeah. So just to make sure this doesn't slide off unintentionally, take this, do a similar thing, but with the y-axis. Alright, and the y-axis, this is a negative scale. No, that's a positive scale. Good thing I looked at that, otherwise this would have been floating off the table already. You need to be a negative 0.18. And yeah. I'm also going to try this at 15 as opposed to the thing which I had, just because it'll be a little bit higher and I think they'll make it look a little more natural. Alright. Counter looks better. Rotating bottle fun. This looks fine. Do you guys prefer the poster of the Stormy Sea as opposed to the bunny poster? Towel on the floor. It's in a good place, right? All this looks fine. Anyone? I know there's not a door out of this place. It's because I need to make a door at the moment. Ignore the fact that there's no door. I still need to put physics on these things. But yeah. What border thing is bothering you? That border bothers me. What border thing? If you're talking about the thing up here, I can probably fix it by making another tile to replace it. I was thinking about that earlier, actually. That has physics. Okay, I need to make that the stand-through thing. Of all things that have physics, of course the picture does. That's kind of funny, actually. Hello, ma'am. Of course, I'm also going to make myself a little bit taller eventually, but I'll fix on that later. And I might change the height of this based on how it looks once I'm a little bit taller. Oh, what does it look like to you? I hoped it looked like a towel. You can't really look down at it, so... I mean, I can, but in the game, it's not going to really be a control to look at it. It's a little bit hard to detail a quick towel thing. I guess a little bit more shading would make it look more natural, but... is what it is, what it is. Fancying up the bathroom. Okay. See. Stretching out my arms. Ugh. Okay. I've also relearned how to place things on the map, so that'll be helpful for later. Now, I am going to clarify something. Instead of making these rotate, I could lock them into place. But the problem if I lock them into place is then when I came to like this angle... well, actually, there is another thing I could do with them. Let me see if this ends up... this might make it look like complete, utter trash. But I'm going to give it an effort for a second. I'm going to move this stuff up here. Here comes a brief effort to see if I can make these look... okay. But I warn, this might have the adverse effect of making them look like complete trash. If this works, it'd be great, but I have a feeling it's gonna look like trash. Maybe I'll try that in a second, NG, once I'm done testing this out. So this locks the stuff into place, but yeah, unfortunately, that makes it look like trash. That's what I kind of expected. I could make them 2D images like this and just put them at a weird rotation, ignoring the double image thing going on at the moment. So, honest question. Do you think these would look better if they rotate with the camera like so, or if they're like a billboard, and if you go to the side, you can see that they're just completely flat? So I think they would work better rotating with the camera like this, so they're always facing the player, or think they would look better having a fake flatness to them. In the end, it's not a very big deal. Like, it's a very small thing, and it's just part of how the 3D system has to work in RPG Maker. But also, pay attention to the small things and let things play out as they do. I also think that with this area, this front hall ends up looking a lot nicer, so that's good. You think the flatness would look better, Stan? I see. It could be fine. Like, it's honestly, it's not a big deal. Frankly, players at this point in the game will have accepted it either way, but I'm just thinking about it because we're here and working at it. Through and through. Meanwhile, this stuff should not be through. I have to add collision to them later. If I add collision to them in the sprite side, does that actually add, like, why does that one have collision, but this one does not? Is it because these don't have collision? Alright, I'm going to do a little bit of an effort thing for a second. The garbage can should have collision. The sink should have collision. The plunger should have collision. Oh, I still need to add the mirror. I almost forgot about it. Bath supply should have collision. Alright, I'm going to try the mirror thing now. The mirror thing, like this, is going to be a little bit of wizardry on my part. I also need to remember where I stuffed the mirror away. I think it's on one of like the 2x2 object things. It's on like some weird thing. I remember that. Really good description of me. It's on something weird. Some weird thing or another had a mirror. I remember that. And it's not here. I know it's somewhere. Or another. There it is. But oh dear, it's a 2-tile thing. I can actually just position this if it doesn't end up looking good where it is. You have the same dimension thing I have going on, except through, custom, root, move up. So this is probably going to be clipping through the fucking wall because I don't have it positioned correctly. But let's see the results. It vanished. Alright, it also has to have a direction fix. Almost forgot. Teehee. Silly me. You don't repeat the movement. Okay, good. You don't repeat the movement. Now we have the same problem again. Your fence, your scale should be, let's just keep you 1 by 1 for now. Y position should be in the right place, honestly. Oh wait, oh, it's the X position that's making you get really weird. However, -40 might actually benefit me. And turning off this, I forgot that you can make, this is why I turned it off in the first place. I figured out you can do some real trickery with X and Y variables. This is not going to look quite right. It's going to be floating in the air. But I just want to get an idea of where its position is at. Aha, my favorite mirror. Just as I remembered it. Okay. So now make this on this axis -98. Now let us see. Voila! For those who wanted a bathroom mirror, does that satisfy your craving? Or like, are you guys actually happy with it? That's actually something I want. I'm legitimately asking. You guys fine with that? Da, 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 da. My character doesn't need to be taller, I know, but all the same, I'll have to come later because the 3D perspective stuff takes a little bit more work than you might expect. It's good where it is. The problem is if it gets lower, well, for starters, my player is going to eventually have to stand taller, but also if it was too low up, then yeah. What do you mean instead of portrait stuff? The problem if it's lower, like it's not going to reflect the player. It's just a 2D picture. The engine isn't complex enough to make reflections. So yeah. Oh, you mean like a tall mirror thing? Okay, I see what you're trying to say. You mean like okay, I get it, because landscape is the horizontal, and then you're thinking, I can lower the mirror easily. I'm gonna do that. It's actually gonna be an image edit as opposed to like a more complex edit. But yeah. There's the right one. It's okay, I forgot the word that you meant. Like, it made sense once I realized what you're talking about. For a second I was like, landscape, but then I realized what you're talking about, so. Why did I get rid of GIMP altogether? I keep on referencing it, so. How it works here. It's a little bit lower now. Just a little bit, though. So here's my idea. I'm gonna make a 2D image behind the shower. To make fog is gonna be some real bullshit. Basically, it's gonna be like how Clock Tower on the SNES did it. An image overlay that slightly moves, and then make it a 2D sprite behind this where steam's coming out. That was my idea of how to do it. If you're talking about like actual fog, let me show you something. So I can make fog in the engine, but it's not the fog you're thinking of. I will even show this fog very briefly, except I'm not going to change the color because the color works for the current map that we're on with like the rest of the colors. But I'll show you a brief example of how the engine's fog works. And for some other parts of the game, this will be good. Let me show you fog as it is in this engine. I'm gonna make. Do you guys want like? I'm gonna do this as a joke. This is literally just me making a joke. Okay, I have my joke fog game ready. So this is not what I'm doing at the moment, but here comes my joke fog. Is someone in there taking a shower? But anyways, ignore that though. They should have turned the vents on. But we'll get to that when we get to it. To do more of a proper, actually looks like fog instead of like a wall of whiteness that's surrounding me, though, that you'd have to do some image effects, and it's definitely possible. I'm not trying to say it isn't, and we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah. Checking there and jai. Now, so there's a few more touches. Let me take care of the towel before I go on to the next thing, because the towel was bothering some people. Go here, there. Time to do a few techniques to make the towel look a little bit more like a towel, despite the fact that it's probably not going to do a great job at it, but first step, I'm going to add some stripes to it. Indeed, towels can have stripes. Maybe not like that, though. To change the opacity, let's make the stripes more this color and do it more like... I'll turn this back to 1 and get rid of this stuff. That's sticking where it's not supposed to. And then add some little stick out things. Now with that, with this. Wait, I've got the opacity wrong. Fuck. I was like, why is that turning out like this? So the problem is the 3D engine doesn't work well with transparency tiles. I normally love transparency tiles, but they don't work well here, so you have to basically not play nice with them. It works better with it than some other stuff I've used previously, but it doesn't like them. Now hopefully this makes it look more like a towel. Okay. Export that. Does that look more like a towel to you guys now? Da, 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 da. The stripes actually did add a lot to that, in my opinion, but yeah. Rolls as it goes, as it goes. By the way, I'm aware that most bathrooms don't have a turn in the wall like this. This is partially purely for game design, because there's a little something added if you don't immediately see the whole entire room when you first enter the room. And I've got some ideas for the bathroom. Trust me, designing the bathroom in this way was completely intentional, and I know most bathrooms are not actually designed like this. This is a thing called suspension of disbelief. Now, I'm not trying to say there's no bathrooms designed like this. I have been in bathrooms that are designed kind of oddly. It's just not very common. Alright, so there's a few more touches I might add later, but the bathroom seem good and handy and dandy to everybody. There's more I need to do, like the collision still isn't working for most things. But right now we're just trying to get the general layout of the bathroom. There's also eventually going to be a door here, and yeah, the rest house is going to be pretty weird. It's kind of a stylized house. I'm not aiming specifically for realism. I'm designing for intrigue. For me, an interesting layout comes before making the house that like super realistic. That makes sense? Da, 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 da. But it is what it is. I like it. I consider. You know what, though? I am going to say something. I made these rotate with the player, but in the end, these two sprites in particular, the sink and the like this, you're never going to see them from a different angle. These actually would make more sense if they were like 2D plankton things. So I'm just going to do that. Like, legitimately, I originally designed them like, oh, they should turn around. But the more I think about them, I'm like, you know what? That doesn't actually make any sense. In fact, to make a little bit more sense, if they're more like 18. Don't change anything about the scale. It's just I was sitting here for a little bit. And I was like, you know what? The more I think about it, the more this stuff doesn't make sense. Like, there's certain things you'll see from multiple angles, like the stuff on the counter, but the sink and the toilet are specifically in a place that you'll never see them from a different angle. So now, just to give an example of what I mean, see, they are now 2D images. Now, from this angle, you can tell they're 2D images. I might push them back a little bit, but I think that looks better than them rotating with you because those are like stationary objects. Am I making sense with that? Right now you can walk through them. I'm going to push them back a little bit more than they currently are. This is a negative Y, right? Oh, wait, no. Oh, that actually explains some of the issues with them. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Negative 48, except change this to negative 18. Alright, this is going to look a little bit nicer than they just looked as well. Okay. Yeah, that, in my opinion, this looks leagues better. And even from this angle, you can tell they're 2D, but whatever. You can tell the whole game is a game. Like, this fucking turns towards you. It's whatever. But I think this looks better. And oh my, oh my. For the moment, do you guys think it's better? Like, the toilet still turns towards you, but do you think the sink and that look better when they're not, like, turning towards the player? Other things need to turn towards the player. The toilet, it sort of stands out, but it kind of needs to turn towards the player. It looks weirder if it doesn't rotate with you. And other things need to turn, but I just think that those two, you literally will never see them from another angle than this. So it just kind of makes more sense to me if they're 2D like that. So hip hip. Is what it is. Okay. Now I'm gonna say this. I need to take a quick break. Not a big break. I need to refill my water. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll go say hi to somebody. And then, yeah. I'll probably be gone somewhere from 5 to 10 minutes. Would you guys rather watch a Doki Doki's video about someone talking, or would you guys rather listen to music and just take a quick break yourselves? When I get back, we'll be designing the next area. The bathroom, I'm not saying the bathroom is 100% complete, because it's not. But currently, it's good enough for today's goals for me. Da-da-da-da. To see what people want to do. Da-da-da-da-da. And it's spring. Seize the moment. Da-da-da-da-da. Scene. That kind of looks weird, but... Okay. Fine with good old whatevers. Set that stuff through. Hip. Still a lot more to accomplish. I think I still just have the one song playing, so I guess I'll throw a couple more songs on there. Let's see, I'll take some music from my games, let them loop on for a little bit. I don't need that many songs to make this work out, so... My hole is a mouth of dirt. make this song from the gameplay. Let's see. Set. Then, I hope you enjoy your nap there, NG. I guess I can play some music from stuff you guys haven't heard yet as well. Or maybe I shouldn't play too much. I'll play that one song from PT Baby Boo. I think I played that completely backwards, but okay, that'll work out though. Games here. Roll as it goes. I'll choose this song from Hollow Bliss. Da 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 da. Set that there. Oh, I need to play this. Can I show you a song I'm really... Can I play you guys before I leave? This is a song for something in Hollow Bliss. It's a moment I'm super proud of. Like, super proud of. But it's kind of... The music I love, but it's also kind of annoying, but it's purposely kind of annoying. Can I play it for a second? Because I'm like... I just want to get your guys' opinions having no context, alright? Ready for a song with no context? And it's going to be kind of... I'm sorry, it's a little bit... The word for it, I guess everyone uses online, is ear rapey. I'm going to turn it up a little bit, but it's going to be kind of loud. I'm not going to turn it up too loud. It's probably still going to be a loud song, though, so get ready for that. Here comes a little loud song, and then I'm going to go after this. I just want to get your guys' blind opinion on this with no context. Here it comes. Text on that, but yeah. It needs to be loud for the scene that plays, and it'll make sense in context, but all the same, I do want to measure it so I don't accidentally kill people's eardrums from the sequence, though. But hey, in the meantime, I'm gonna go refill my water, get a drink, say hi to somebody, and etc. I'll be right back I'll just play some music and we'll be back and continue this shortly.
Seize the day, seize the dawn. Can you hear me? Spring, hold it to your chest. The more we know could save us in the end. Did I miss something right now? Did I miss something right now? Right now. My footsteps in the ground, breathing to the sound I obey. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. When I was a boy standing in the chance to change, I wouldn't be the same. 'Cause my eyes begin to see the colors, taunt the spring. In fact, the season has no rest. So go to sleep in our simple dream state of mind. Grow awake, awake in our
shouldn't be awake right now, but the moonlight sky is deafening, and all I hear is the crackling light and other people's dreams. And I step into the night, and I walk because I can, I move because I must, I'm falling through the cracks. It's 3:00 in the morning, and the time is standing still. I peer out through the fluorescent dark. There are stars amongst the leaves. I walk because I can, and I move because I must. My pace is quick and light, the night is black and smooth. I move because I must, there is nothing that can touch me. It's 3:00 in the morning, and the time is standing still.
Sitting here, listening to myself think. Often I wonder, will I succeed or will I just sit and sink? It's times like this, sometimes I'll miss the little things I used to enjoy. I try to keep my head up, things just need to let up, and until then I'll be here alone. I've been feeling like I'm so far away from all that I know, not fully detached, yet somewhat on track. And sometimes I feel like I've been here before, but this degree is different. My fever is high, I can tell I'm not far from shallow water. This notion is deep, the halyards frayed, and all I'm looking for is for you to say, I feel you, and I need you, but all I see is blue, the endless blue. I'm trying to hear you. My truth's confused with faith, sails torn down. I'm drifting away. Now sooner than later I'll be in some other place. My hunger is starving, my throat is burning. I can tell I'm not far from shallow water. Through the warmth I'm cold, but for you I'm bold. And just thinking of you, now I can say
am on mute. Thank you for telling me. So I'm back, and I'm glad to be back. I'm enthralled by what we're working on. I'm putting stuff back onto this thing. I'm basically... Grayson submitted some brights, by the way. Lei, I like your idea. The idea with the uwu portrait, I'll show it off in a second. But first, I'm just going to organize Grayson's sprites here. The phone's a little bit big. I'll leave a big version and a small version next to it for whatever I decide I need it for. Okay. And now the version I'll probably use in game. Take this and scale by a bit. Scale. Look at that hand line, or landline. Why did I say hand line? Put that there. Still got a few more sprites to go through. I believe that's a potted plant. It is. Potted plant fun. Put that about there. Next up, we have a lamp, which needs to go with the tall objects. They're the tall objects now. I'm gonna do something with this lamp as well. I'm gonna make a version that has the area like bright up a little bit more. Take the paintbrush, turn the opacity a little bit different, and turn the light a little bit more like this and a little bit bigger. Then slightly smaller. Not sure that's gonna end up working within the game because of how like transparent pixels work, but there we go. And then we have a small little lamp. Let's put this over here. And placed. Now, here is Lei's idea for the uwu paintings. I guess I got to turn the volume here a little bit lower on the music. Volume's turned down a little bit more again. So, Lei's idea is just to go uwu and change when you interact with it. And I personally dig it. So I'm going to take it. Thank you, Lei, for the idea and suggestion. I will uwu do woos. Okay. Put this painting here. Now to make this work, I do need to scale this perfectly. And I need to fill the frame a little bit, which I will do, but first, let me put this here precisely 96 tiles below. There we go. And I need to do it for the top one as well. I guess I can put this over here. It's still 96, but yeah. There we go. And I'll fill in the color with black just because I guess kind of a... Yeah, that sort of color might actually work better than just pure black. Voila! Art. Objects are in there. Okay. Now with that determined, I can close this, that, and making some progress. Also make sure I overwrite all the things, just so we have all the things that we want. I didn't remove the shoe rack, did I? Then remove the shoe rack. I think we can make the front hall, except there's one thing I need to fetch for one of my side folders, which will take me a second. That should be in over here, OneDrive. I think I put in the, not the BS. I think I put it in the, yeah, that folder is what I think I placed everything in. All the things to science up and check for. Not spotting it there immediately. I guess I could get it from, oh wait, it could be around these parts. Getting to a place that might be, so I'm glancing for it. Hey there, Nepty. How are you doing? It's been a while today. Check all this. I guess it might not be here. I thought for sure I put it in this folder, but I guess not. You're fine. Don't be sorry. Do your thing and just come whenever you feel like it. Just know you're under no obligation. Hope you're enjoying Zelda. Da, da, da. I guess it's not there. I should have something in Girl's Graveyard folder, though. Okay, so I now know where I'm looking. Games, Girl's Graveyard, Mystery folder. And I believe it should be in the tile sets. I don't remember if it's the first one or second one, so I have to glance for a second. Okay. It should be this one. Layer to image size. Which means I can also place this here. Okay, finest dandy. Now I actually think we can get to the process of creating the front hall, which is something which I've wanted to do for a small bit. Except there is one thing which I just kind of realized, which nah, it's doable, it's manageable. Never mind what I was just about to say. I think I got an idea for it. It's just a little bit different than I pictured it in my head. Normal entry hall. Okay, the height should be something like a little bit taller than normal. It should go on to like, let's say 40, though I don't need that much space. I'll say 32, 36 for now. The width being 17 should be fine. So we're going to make the front hall of this place. The front hall is going to use some cheating on a few accounts. You'll see what I mean more when I start designing this area a bit more. It won't be immediately evident, but you're eventually going to be like, oh, Ryan, you dastardly dog, you. And I'll be like, ha, I know. Get in there, get in there, get in there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Has another shut-in place like that. Hey Keith, how's it going? Oh, that's why I should do this. I mean, I know you don't come around very often, but I don't mind doing that. Let's see. Keith, I will send, not now, this is going to take a few weeks, but I'm going to have to delete my previous Discord account, and I will send you the new one. The reason is I literally cannot access it, and at the moment, Discord tells me that they can't recover accounts, so I just have to delete the account associated with mine and get a new one with the same email address. Apparently, it's a process. But I'll tell you that on Twitter when the time comes. I'm probably have to reach out to a few people and like, oh. Seize the morning, and sing. I think I should make this 22 and the height go out to 42 with how I'm currently doing this. Okay. So I'm going to move this a bit more there. Put an empty 2 here. Okay, it should be more like an empty 3 with how this is all set up. Okay, which means I guess I can make this go with 3 as well. Works out. Then this should also fit there. I think I might make the door go a little bit more in the zoomed in space, so yeah. Hopefully it ends up working okay. I'm going to test the bathroom again just to see something for a second. New game. Access into the bathroom. Okay. So that's working as intended. I might want to make the mirror, like this is as close as you can get, but you can kind of tell it's like floating from a weird angle. Yeah, it still is. So I need to fix that mirror a little bit. That's kind of what I expected, but yeah. Mirror fun, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? That should be x-axis or y-axis? I believe it's y-axis. It's definitely y-axis. Which means should be like negative 1.48. Let's see what that ends up looking like. Yeah. Much more to do, though. There's still a lot to do, but progress for just 5 days of development is going pretty well, honestly. There we go. That's a better illusion. Let me just quickly see what it looks like if I get next to it. Yeah. That's a much more believable mirror. You trust your instincts. I also just accidentally realized I made that... I thought I made that toilet paper, but no, that's a towel. I feel silly. This is toilet paper. I hadn't noticed this whole entire time, but I had a towel sitting there right up next to the toilet as opposed to toilet paper. We cannot make a reflection. That is too much for this engine to handle. I know, a shame, but like there's technically a way, but it would not be worth the effort. Basically, the only way to make a reflection work is we would need to have an event and then program in a code to have a clone move exactly like us through a transparent image to make a reflection appear. And that would take a lot of work, more than it sounds, maybe if you're not used to how that sort of works. The hardest part isn't to make a clone that copies your movements. The hardest part is to make a clone that precisely mirrors your movements. Basically, what you have to do is that you would have to make a doppelganger that responds to the buttons that you press to and then mirrors them. Like it does, you have to code it so it does the opposite movement. In theory, I know how to do it, but trust me, it's a lot of work for something that won't really, unfortunately, be a big addition to the game. So, yeah. Let's see, though. Back to this. Right now, though, I'm about to do another dev trick. I'm basically going to try and make a little skybox here, a fake outside area that the player can never access. Da, 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 da. Yep. Sadly, we have no bloody doppelganger in the mirror. Well, actually, we could do something with mirrors, but it'd be cheating with images. It wouldn't be our reflection, per se. It's a very different sort of thing. Let's make this to 24 for a second. I realized that the best way to cheat this system... Okay. Normal, fake, outside. It's time for us to make a... Actually, it's not what I meant to do. Save us in the end. I like the song, okay. Put that there. And now to cheat our way and a half through here. Create my fake outside. Yes. So I am cheating in a half to make this work out in the easiest potential way I can. But it'll work. That's what's important. Is it? Oh, you mean Zelda Breath of the Wild? Why is your weakness? Okay, I get what you're saying now. I thought you were trying to say it was like my weakness, but I was like, what? This is going to be a very interesting trick to pull off. So I'm going to be doing something that has some real trickery to make the illusion of something. I see, I see. Make this on 3. This can also all be 3. Yeah, we are cheating the hell out of this system. I know. Set this there, organize, and we have to make some cheating grass, basically. I guess there's another way to add to this illusion, but I'll do that in a second. Then add a bunch of grass. Yeah, okay, I'm going to take some stuff from Cutie for a second, because I kind of know what I want to do with this now. Go into this folder, but go into tile sets. Open up A5. We're gonna cheat the hell out of your system right now. I need to enter into Cutie Patootie because I'm gonna steal a few assets from my own game. Just because I don't want to make all the assets right now for something that literally is not important. It'll be like off in the distance. Doesn't really matter. Tile sets. It's from A5. Good, good. View, show grid. Let me nab this version of the street. 96 by 48. That works out fine for what I need this for. Okay. I guess I should also borrow the fence then? Does that have the default fence? It should, but yeah. Yeah, okay. File, export as, put into games, put into uwu Kokoro Sick. Image, tile sets, and I guess I now officially have an A2 tile set. Wait. Oh, I am stupid. I realized an error I was making earlier why the ceiling wasn't working. Oh, I am so stupid. Holy hell. So, you remember earlier, for anyone who's paying attention at the moment, and who was here earlier, do you remember when I was having really huge trouble with making the ceiling appear? I realize now why the ceiling never appeared. I was trying to direct it to the A2 tile set, but the A2 tile set doesn't exist. I feel stupid now that I really made a big realization, like, wait a second. Oh well, it is what it is, I suppose. Still, that was really stupid of me, and I just realized I was having such difficulty with that earlier. Okay, and then I want a fake sidewalk. I need a lot of fake stuff. And thus, my fake stuff is all set. I didn't mean to minimize all of GIMP because I'm still going to be accessing it again and again. Basically, what I'm trying to do right now is make a really fake skybox type of thing. And the best way to do this is through illusion. Da, 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 da. Hello, super fake fun. Look at this really quick outside map I'm making, just for the purpose to have fake stuff, I guess. So I think the terrain tag for A2 to work correctly is 2, but it might just be 1. I'll try 2 first, though. Okay. I'm making a super fake outside the house just at the illusion that the game world is bigger than it actually is. That's what I call commitment to an idea.
All I hear is the crackling light.
Alright.
I step into the night. And I walk because I can. I move because I must. I'm falling through the cracks.
Direction fix. We need trees. I'll make them nice trees. Okay. Now I need to take these settings. I need to change a few things. There is no ceiling. The reason why it's fake is because we're not supposed to go outside, so I could take the effort to model a huge outdoor location, but we just need to make the illusion of an outside right now. It's faster, and also it's kind of the fun of game development. One of the things that's actually fun about game development is learning cheating. Is the way to word it. Cheating's not the right word because cheating makes it sound like it's something bad, but basically part of game development is illusions. Where, yeah, it's like how in art you cover the parts that aren't painted. In game development, you there's an art in making things appear a certain way through trickery. Like visual tricks and hiding stuff, and what the player... the only thing that matters is what the player sees, not what the player... Like, not what's actually there, if that makes sense. But because the outside location, if we spend too much time on it, like, the player's never going to see it. Or most players will never see it, so... We just have to make a little bit... Like, it's kind of there, but not really. Yeah. Okay, set here. Parallaxes. I need to take something from Blossoming Yonder briefly. Image, parallaxes, clouds. You have a switch? Technically. It's not my Switch. I could use it. In fact, I asked to use the Switch next month for my birthday because Deadly Premonition 2 comes out for the Switch only a day before my birthday. But yeah. If it's mine, like if I move out on it, then no, it's not mine. I'm not taking it with me, but I can use it. Yes. However, though, he and I have a very good relationship, and anyways.
I've been feeling like I'm so far away from all that I know, not fully detached.
Yes, he is.
Somewhat on track, and sometimes I feel like I've been here before, but this degree is different. My fever is high. I can tell I'm not.
Let's see the cheat, the fog here.
The halyards frayed, and all I'm looking for is for you to say, I feel you. And I need you. But all I see is blue. The endless blue.
Let's see.
I'm trying to
Not that. It's this what I'm looking for.
fuse with faith, sails torn down. I'm drifting away. Now sooner than later I'll be in some other.
So let me check something. The player will be standing here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Should start at 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 8 to 16. And for the outside, the fog being sort of a bluish tone might actually work out the best. La, la, da, da. This is going to be interesting to see when I have all my cheating stuff on. Alright, I forgot that I don't have the camera stuff turned on to this map yet. Funny though. Alright, so the player's not going to be able to move usually in this scene, so I just want to see what sort of the view looks like. That's not quite what I pictured, though still interesting. Oh, we're a little bit too high, okay. Okay, I have to change the illusion a little bit. There's nothing behind me, I'm sorry. Seeing that in person was just kind of funny. Okay, so what if slightly differently than what I just did? Ignore the fact that there's nothing but clouds right behind the player when they open their front door. It's just an illusion. Okay, so if I do 17 and 19, will that work out fine? 17 and 19. Actually, let's just be 19. And alright there, Lay. It needs to be a little bit higher than that, but it's looking better. Is 18 the thing that's going to be the right level for this? Or maybe 17? Okay, let's see how this plays out. Nah, it needs to be higher. I guess 1 or something is the correct thing. Also, I should do some things in the background as illusions. Okay. How about 15? I should probably just use the select all tool, but hey, we're here. Okay. Okay. I've got a few more things to add to this illusion. I'll make this go out to 19, which technically is, let me check this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, so I should actually make it more like 17. And do I have anything that can just work for a quick, fake-looking building off in the distance? Yes. I can make a house out of whatever I want. And then make these different heights. Would this be fine as 6, and this be fine as 8? From a distance, does that look okay, or does this look like complete shit? It probably looks like complete shit, honestly. Yeah, it just looks like they're blue blocks in the distance. Okay, trees are the better option. Move everything in the fence up by 1. See what this ends up looking like. A little bit better, but the fog still kind of makes that look a little bit too fake. I guess do make this go out to 19. That's gonna look really weird in some sense. Do you guys think this is an okay view? For when you greet the girl from the outdoors and she lets you in, or should I change something about it? It's like not real, obviously, but I might move some of the trees. Like, this is cheating because the trees are on like the pavement and all that, but they're gonna look more natural this way. I'll show it again now that I've moved some of the trees to unrealistic positions. How does this viewpoint work for you guys at the moment? Think it works okay for when greeting the girl, or think I should do something different than what I'm doing here? There'll be a text box and you'll talk to her son when she first comes here, but this is when you knock and it's just a little illusion for a quick scene of letting her in, so yeah. I just noticed that that tree right there to the left is floating, and that's not right, but we'll get to that. Oh, it's because I put it on the fence. Alright, let me fix that tree glitch. Then we'll see if it looks nice and good. I guess this tree over here can move one more that way, and then yeah, let's see how that looks. Okay. I can put another tree closer in the background that way. The illusion. Yep. You picked up on it too there. I'm not gonna play Animal Crossing. Okay, I'm gonna push this tree one more over that way, and I think that's gonna make it look just a little bit better. What would even look better is if this tree over here then was there. Nah, that was not enough here then. Maybe it's too far actually. No, it's in the perfect spot almost. There. The players don't even know that's in the middle of the street. Alright. Does this seem good to everybody for a quick outside thing? I'm gonna put more trees like back here just so there's the illusion that there's more trees than a forest over here than there actually is. And the player will not, well, I mean, the players who look in the map data will know, like, Ryan, you just fucking bullshit the hell out of this. But yeah. You wouldn't crowd too much? Yeah, that's a little bit too crowded. So, well, except those two, let's see how this plays out. It's not gonna crash. Trust me, the RPG Maker can handle a lot of events. I guess a few less trees. It looks better with less trees, even though the trees do create kind of a bit more of an illusion there or some things. But yeah. Alright, let's see how this plays out. That's quite a comparison. Alright, I think that's the right amount of trees. That looks good to me. Welcome back. Does this seem like a decent scene of saying hi to the girl? Keep in mind the player will not be able to move during this scene. It'll just be a cutscene basically, and she says some dialogue. You might say some stuff back before letting her in. So yeah. I might change the coloring from red. It's kind of weird that the color is because I transferred the stuff from map here and I made like the light here kind of red. So let me change the lighting for a second. It should be a nice, bright, sunny day. I want to see what happens if I make a yellow light, but that might be a little bit too much. I'm thinking blue might be the better option. I'm just curious what yellow light's gonna end up looking like. The yellow light was not the right call like I thought it was probably not going to be. Honestly, this is probably going to be the best light option here. That's a little bit too cold. Okay, how will this light affect this? If your answer is very little, you'd be correct. But yeah, set that up. That light might be the better one. Do you guys think that light works better? Or should I change the light a little bit different from how it currently is at? Hip hip. You know what I can do? I can literally, except the sun would be in front of the clouds. That'd look a little bit weird. So I won't make the sun appear. That looks better line-wise. Good to hear. Remember, guys, it's all just an illusion. I'm gonna do one more thing, which I know I'm cheating here a little bit, but this should work. This is gonna completely change the look of the map, but maybe it'll be for the better. Actually, yes, I do like this better. Does this seem okay with you guys? Except there should be more shadows being cast. Why are shadows not being... Oh wait, they are being cast. It's being cast the wrong way. I'm gonna change the shadow direction. Just so the girl's kind of casting a shadow towards you is kind of what I want. Alright, let's see. Yeah! She has a good design in my opinion. Alright, let's try this at 90, and I don't actually know what the pitch is going to be. I'm just going to put that 180 and hope that things work out okay. Where's the sun? Shadows. Alright, well, does this look okay to you guys? Alright. Elio progressed on that one. Now I have to make the actual hallway before this cheating thing, so yeah. Alright. So we've made our fake outside there, now let's make our shoe hallway. Equal opportunities here. Alright, let's see here. Thinking about how to design this area for a second. That I kind of already know. Fake outside of Wu, he's never getting out of there, basically. Thinking about how to lay this out for a second. Check this. Okay. Set some stuff back. Da, 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 Set this there. Set this there. Okay. What was I doing? I got distracted because I was saying something because I saw something. Alright, this shoe thing. I can't remember what I'm doing now. If you trust your instincts. So here's time for me to set up some fun. A rotation. Let's see if I try a slight 20-degree rotation angle. Z none. Y should be positive 18, not negative 18. Set starting position for the player. Let's see how this plays out. I'm going to be testing the shelf first. Oh wait, I forgot the 3D stuff is in here. Also, it looks silly for a second. Ignore that for a second. I'm going to deal with the lighting as I'm doing some other things. Don't show us shame. Okay. Set this through. And voila. Alright. Now let's see how this plays out. Ignore the shadow in this room. I'm seeing if the shoe shelf is pushed correctly. Kinda. It's a little bit backwards, but yes, it's kind of in the place I wanted to put it. Particularly the X position probably needs to change a little bit. This should be more of a 15, and there should be an X that moves it more like an X has a positive rate, and this is placed there. So it should be like X 0.40 maybe? Let's see how this plays out. Yeah, that's more accurate to where I want it to place. Did that look okay for to put the shoe rack? I'm going to put another shoe rack on the other side as well. It's going to be still the same image. I'm not going to let you phase to that, but yeah. And yes, I'm aware, ignore the line for a second, but I'm also aware, maybe I should make, nah, the shoe racks need to be like that. Actually, I do have a idea to make this place seem a little bit more shapely than it currently is. Let me see, I've got an idea that will probably make this feel a little more natural than it currently feels. It's only slightly, but slightly makes a difference. The more we know, straight up in the end. Alright, this is 220. This needs a lot of editing, but before I mess with anything, I want to see what this ends up looking like. Perfect. Exactly as I intended it. I just realized that did okay. 120. And get rid of the X position changing. Actually, no, that's fine. Thank you, I know, quite beautiful. Precisely. Okay. Let's change this just to 80 and kind of see what we're looking at here. This is going to probably take a little bit of doing. I'm just going to warn for a second. That's closer to what I want it to look like, actually. Like, actually pretty close. I guess I put it at 60 and then I move it to unclip it. Is 60 the degree I'm looking for? Let's find out. Or maybe it's 100 something. I don't know. Yeah, it's like 60 is what I'm basically trying to look for at the moment. And my idea for the floor hall was the right one to make. If I move it there and then switch its position around, what will happen? Not precisely. So the better option is to move it here, but then change the x-axis. If I move the x-axis to 20, how will that deal? This is a lot of science, I know. By science, I mean math. But yeah. I guess that's good. It's a little bit messy, but I get what I'm going for with it. Huh. Also, the weird line that you see through is a shadow that's casting, but... Well, actually, no. It's clipping ever so slightly through the wall, so never mind. I need to fix it just a little bit more, but it's almost there. I guess this has to be like 16? Yes, he does, but hey. Yep. It's part of the fun. Are you guys okay with this disorganized shoe stuff right there? Yeah, I think the shoe shelf stuff is fine for what it's supposed to be and how this game's aesthetic works. Most creatures guys have any objection like Ryan, that's too disorganized. I kind of like the disorganized look of it. It's also partially keep the player from accessing this corner. So that works. We do have an icon for the game yet. I'm sorry if you were like, oh, I'm really excited for one. I'll show the game icon even. Here's the game icon. So yeah. Line and more stuff has to come, but progress as progress goes. Maybe he just likes collecting shoes. Da-da. Now to cane up these coat racks I have. Take that off from there. Yep, that's what we're doing right now, actually. You called the name of the game of what we're headed towards this very second. There's even a little bit more we can add to add little touches to this place. Next to the door, there's this little coat rack right there. And being me, I'm gonna hang also a painting up in this hallway. I guess this double painting will work well in this room. I'll also have to do the lights. This light's gonna probably look really unnatural for now since I haven't changed it, but yeah. Oh, the coat rack's floating. I need to fix that. Also, those can lower. Okay. A few small things to adjust about all this. And the lighting, of course, is something that we need to tackle next. So move all that to 0. Make the coat rack stop hanging in the air. And it doesn't need to be against that. In fact, it'd be better if it was closer to that. Alright. Now another brief update with how this looks. I need to change the lighting in this area still, but look better to everybody. This is also going to be doors, obviously. Just haven't sprayed the doors yet. Oh, that is turned the wrong way. This should be just a sprite. Not a fence. You are a sprite. You'll look fine as a sprite. See, that looks fine as a sprite. So for our first strat, before I set some other stuff in this room, does this seem okay so far? Ignoring the fact there's doors and the line is completely wrong right now and some other aspects of it, but like layout, I mean mainly. Can you even see the... Yeah, you can kind of see it from here. But I don't think this room needs a ceiling specifically. Maybe it does. We'll figure it out in just a second. I might add a ceiling. Okay. Roll as it goes as we figure stuff out. Stretching my limbs for a second as I think for a second as the song saying.
Sometimes I'll miss the little things I used to enjoy. I try to keep my head up. Things just need to let up. And until
Alright. I've got a few ideas of what to add to this room.
I've been feeling like I'm so far away from all that I know, not fully detached, yet somewhat on track. And sometimes I feel like I've been
Move coherence down. They look too big. You mean like too high instead of too big? I can scale them differently, but yeah. Our character's also eventually going to be a little bit taller than we have them at the moment. And I was thinking that too there, Craig, and I have a similar idea there. Right. How about a -60 just for a science experiment? Make this into a shemp and then see what's going on here. Oh, also, well, let me first see what this looks like before I mess with it. I think it's not going to look right. I think it's going to be angled wrong, but... Actually, that works a little bit better than I was expecting. Like, it looks a little weird, but it looks better for what it's supposed to be than whatever. Would it look better with the other type of box? Like, that type. I think it'll probably look better with that one, but... Okay, yeah, that does look better. You guys okay with just that little box sitting there with all this? I'm gonna do ceiling next. The ceiling should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like one above where we currently are. MV3D. Slash MV3D. Here's a ceiling attempt, which will also count the line except for a little slither that peeks through. Does this... Oh, actually, that does make this area look a lot better. Holy hell. Okay. How do you guys feel about this at the moment? Before I go on to the next... Well, not next thing, but you know. I can move the coats a little bit down. I'll do that right now, actually. Did I move one of them? I did move one of them. Negative 0.5. The character is going to get taller eventually, but I'm going to do it on my own time because the camera takes a little bit to adjust. That's a little bit too low. Or maybe that's good? Nah, that should be a little bit higher, but just a little bit. I think the perfect space would be 0.25. Okay. There we go, that's good for me. How is this room looking for you guys at the moment? Ignoring the fact there's no doors and there's some other things that need to fix up about it. There should be a door here and a door over here, and eventually. Homie fun with all of it. With the fun of it, fun of it. And no either, Colin. Still a little more progress to be had, but yeah. Go dance the door fun. Leaving out there. Even the lighting seems good, strangely enough for this room that works. Outside I need to change the sunlight. Okay. Oh, you know what? Oh, I'll use Close Me's welcome mat. Close Me mat is not a bad idea, and I have one which maybe some people recognize. It's from Close Me. I moved Close Me to this computer. Yeah, I moved all my old games to make sure now I wouldn't lose their files in case I ever need them for something. Or did I keep it in my drive at the moment because I didn't need it immediately? Alright, give me a second. I need to download my own game for a second. Why can't you guys see my Google Drive? So. I have backups of a lot of my games and some of my drive stuff, but I can't let you guys have the link to that, obviously, so. I hope you got some good sleep there, Ozzy. Time to download this. Let me download the whole folder. Download. Now it needs to prep my download. Then I too can have access to Close Me. Oh, you're back from now until I go to sleep? That makes sense. What was the last thing you saw, Azzy? Because I want to show off some stuff if you just got back. It also gives me some chance to let this download. I'm right now downloading Close Me, but I have to take it from my Google Drive, so... There you go, Close Me just downloaded. Like my developer version of it. Okay, that means you haven't missed too much. I'm just almost done with the entranceway. Because I want the welcome mat from Close Me. Also, it's just good to have backups of my games. So, you know, there's that aspect of it. But also, I just want the welcome mat from Close Me. I'm getting it right now. I've already got the game downloaded. Don't go out of your way to get it. I've got it. Yes, but I have the source file right here. Hold your horses. I got this. Okay, I think I can show the screen again. Oh, I see. Close Me. Now within my own files. Now it should be somewhere around here. So there it is. I can see it right now already. Alright. Take that away. Go here. Now we have a little reference and welcome mats. Enter this, go into this. Yeah. Nah, it doesn't say welcome, it's just a little mat. And Pat Delay. We don't have any doors yet, because that's fun, but we have the place where the door would fit now. There we go, a little welcome mat. Say hello to. Hello. Actually, should I have the also on the outs? Okay. Just for consistency's sake, let's see what this ends up looking like. Set starting position for player. I think that scene might look better without the welcome mat. Yeah, I think that one looks better without the welcome mat. The welcome mat's a little bit too distracting. It makes logical sense for it to be there. We'll just have it on the inside. Voila. And plus there's going to be text down there, so yeah. It's too distracting on the outside, but it makes sense on the inside. For the one angle the player will see. Alright, well that's there. I agree with you all too that there should be no man on the outside. That makes sense there. Alright. Yeah, this is a room. Before I move on to the next room, I might add more to it later, but do you guys ignore the outside of doors because we don't have doors yet. We'll get doors pretty soon. Do you guys think that the welcome hall needs anything at a glance? I'll probably add slightly more things to it over time, but for a first run version of the room, does things seem okay to you right now? That's true. I'm not sure, like, my welcome mat thing, my hallway room doesn't have windows. I'm gonna be honest, I'm trying to capture a certain, my welcoming hallway to this house is not this big, but I'm trying to capture a certain feel that it gives off, and mine doesn't have windows. Okay, I see. to roll as it goes. Other rooms are going to have windows, but I don't think this room should be that. The reason why I don't think there should be windows, there's a certain feel to certain types of welcome entryway halls that I think is kind of creepier without the windows. But that's just my opinion, so yeah. Yes, what it is, what it is. Just thinking about it. Alright, so for our daily goals, we currently have finished the bathroom. We are finished for what we're going to be doing with it today. Starting 2 other rooms in the house. We've started the entry hallway. Technically, we also made the outside, but that's part of the entry hallway. So, start the game's opening sequence. We still have to do that. It's probably a few more things. We're doing that as we go. So, our goals for today, finish up the opening, or start the opening. We don't need to finish it, but start it. And we should do one more room. But what other room do we have enough sprites for, I think, at the moment? And that works well for what we're doing here, Lay. Trying to think what other room would work nicely here. Well, let's go back to our map. I need to move this into a more, like, a better location because I'm always moving back here for this. I'm going to put this temporarily in, like, our main game folder, just so of a reference. Okay, so this is the 12 rooms of our house. And keep in mind, there's going to be a few different versions of each room as things change in the game, especially when we go to the Silent Hill version. But we've done what we've done so far for the 12 rooms that are in our house. We've done 2 of them for the first draft. We've done down here the entrance hallway, and we've done the bathroom. We still have the living room, wherever the fuck this room is because I haven't decided yet. The dining room, the kitchen, wherever the fuck this room is because I haven't decided yet. The closet, the hallway, this bedroom, whatever the fuck this room is, because I haven't decided yet. My there, Craig. There should be a laundry room. In fact, we're getting some laundry room stuff done, so I guess one of these rooms is going to end up being the laundry room. I guess this could be the laundry room. We'll get to that, though. Think about it for a second. Do we have enough for the dining room yet? I don't think we do. Maybe? The easiest room to sprite tonight would be the hallway. I see. Same for the laundry room. We don't have enough sprites for the laundry room yet. In fact, there's somebody who offered to sprite the dryer and the washing machine, but neither of them are sprited yet, so... I think it's too soon to make that room, but yeah. Hallway or closet? I guess we'll do the hallway. There's a specific feel I want the hallway to catch. So I'm going to warn, the hallway's going to be a little bit empty, but it's not going to be completely empty. I'm going to put some stuff in it, so... Normal hallway. This should work for what I'm trying to do with it, so... Alright, normal hallway. Let's get you to work for a second. Normal hallway is going to be a little bit long. Be a little bit wider than what I just did as well. Let's see. Would you like there to be a pantry with a walk-in freezer next to the kitchen? Like one that... Huh. It's possible. It's a little bit unusual, but this house isn't exactly going for realism. But we need sprite stuff for that, of course. Wait, did I do something stupid? No. Wait, no, I did it right. Never mind. Okay. Do this like this for the moment. Yep. That would take a lot of spriting, but we'll see. Alright, this room also, this will be the first time we need slope stuff. This will be interesting. I forgot about this aspect. So there's going to be one challenge to this hallway I kind of forgot about. But that makes it fun. Okay. So there's gonna be some real trickery going on with this map. In fact, I'm happy that we chose this one because that means we have some fun stuff to deal with. So we're gonna be doing some illusion magic for this. 7, 8, 9. I guess a 10 full thing will make this feel a little bit fuller. Let's see how this ends up playing out. We can probably retract one from height. Yep. I missed nothing in the process. Alright. That's going to be interesting, to say the very least. I also need to set some of the slope stuff here. I've been meaning to do this for a while. I guess now is finally time for it. Now let me remember how to do the slope thing with the tile sets here. It's not that hard, but it takes a little bit of work. Make a mental note. I'm doing this for slopes. Okay. Now, the first slope I want is on A5, and I believe it's A5, 0, 1, 2, 3. So I think it's A5, 3, 0, slope, Wait, that's a period, not... Yeah, I've accidentally put periods down, not commas. And then same thing, except to 1. And now let's see quickly if this looks correct. Before I do like the roof or the lighting or anything. Not quite. Also, I forgot to put the first person thing in this one. Because I currently don't have like a first map to set this permanently. I'm just testing all the maps right now. I guess it doesn't really matter because you don't really see it from here. Except I can make a thing where the player says interact and then make the camera... You know what? That's actually perfect. Except I'm going to have to make an illusion of darkness. So, before I work... This hallway should be a little bit longer than it is. I've already decided that by looking at it. Before I continue with all this, I think I want to make an option for the player to look down there, except I need to add a black abyss thing, which will take a little bit of work, but not too much, honestly. The black abyss. I guess the best way to do it... Okay. I'm doing some trickery into this map. It's gonna get really real for a little bit. This hallway is gonna be really fucking dark eventually. So the width needs to be wider. Hopefully 25 is good. I'm gonna make the height 18. The illusion of darkness. It's basically what we're doing. We're gonna make an illusion of darkness. Dream of mind. Four, 5, 6, 7. I guess I can do one thing to cheat this a little bit. There, and then make this darker, and then down here to make this also just pure darkness. Actually might help a little bit with the illusion as well. Now that does mean this all needs to be 7. And I guess I can still be 10. Wait, not all of that should be 7. This needs to be 7 there, and then yeah. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 is where the fog should come in. Fog. Put that into the right place. And it should be 5, 8. If I've got this correctly in my head. Yeah, that sounds right. Alright, and then the fog color should just be pure darkness, so that's fun. 4, 3. And should be 10 high. So before I change anything about the lighting of this map, let me just see what this currently looks like. Well, this is slightly horrific. I need to make this longer. I've got to make the hallway longer.
Enter the staircase.
Actually, I can make the fog go out a little bit further than what I'm doing it right now. If that looks good, that's actually fine. The staircase to hell. I'll make this all a little bit longer than I currently have it set up, though. Does that work? That does work. It's not all hallways longer, and we have Spookyville to Funtown. So before I change the color lighting, does the roof seem to fit this? The hallways lawn. I'm gonna add some light stuff here, but yeah. Moths have scared me before too, I get. What I think I'm gonna do is that when the player says they want to go down the stairs, I'm gonna make the camera, since you can't control up and down normally, I'm gonna make the player look down the stairs. I might do something fun with that a little bit later, but yeah. And the hallway now feels appropriately long enough for the spookiness. This version can expand a little bit more, and I'm going to change the lighting. This version, and before a later version, can be till like 6. I think 10 will still look okay. This might make this not work, but let's find out. That's why we're experimenting. And then when you look down, yeah, actually that's perfect. Does that seem good for a way to down the stairs? Fun.
Go down to the abyss.
This actually worked a lot better than I thought it was going to, so I'm honestly a bit surprised. Now there's a lot about this room I still need to add. I'm just getting the basic layout here done, so yeah. They work as a ceiling for me, but I've actually seen ceilings like that, so it's probably part of it. Time to add some windows. Which, yes, this area is going to have windows. We're not doing like that. The player's not going to be walking down the staircase himself. It's going to be an option thingamajigger. But things going. Windows, windows, windows. I know I have a window. I probably just passed it when I was just kind of thinking about something. What's this for? Oh, is this the curtain? This is the curtain. Ew, ew. Yes. Check. I swear I had windows somewhere. Did I move them? Forget to port them? But I very distinctly remember saying windows. Like I even edited them. Did I edit windows for another thing and just never push them here? Time for me to check. It would have been for Indigo Stalker. I would have messed with them. Windows. I'm gonna move this over here as I look at this for a second. It has a lamppost. It had windows on it. Where did I put you, windows? The curious case of the missing windows. I had them the other day. I remember distinctively editing them for this game. Did I save them someplace else? Where did I put them? Are they for something else? Are they for you, cutie? I guess I could. Well, I'm not gonna look at my document history. Let me just do it like cutie. Cutie, was it you? I don't know why it'd be you. I don't think I even have the sprites used for you. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ryan tries to find the case of the missing windows. Was it Feast Your Eyes? Was it Romantic Corridor? It wouldn't be Romantic Corridor, so there's like almost nothing in there.
I've been feeling like I'm so far away from all that
I
not fully detached, yet somewhat on track. And sometimes I feel like I've been here before, but this degree is different. My fever is high. I can tell I'm not far from shallow water. This notion is deep. The halyards frayed.
check
And all I'm looking
things.
for is for you to say,
Well of Despair. Deterring Silence. I am really confused wherever I put this. I definitely edited it the other day, but it should be in one of these. Is it Feast Your Eyes?
but all I see is blue.
If it's not on this one, then I am very, very confused.
Lying here, I'm trying to hear you. My truth's confused with faith, sails torn down. I'm drifting away now sooner than later.
I have no idea what happened to these windows. I was definitely looking at them the other day. I definitely remember editing them. Where the hell did I put them?
For you, I'm bold and just thinking of you. Now I can say, I feel you. I need you.
Wouldn't be in you, would it? Wouldn't make sense to be in that though, so no. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go fetch the windows again, but it's very strange that they're not here. Like, I'm gonna check one more time. Am I just forgetting where I put them? That doesn't make any sense. They would be here. It's not there. Not here. It certainly doesn't look like they're here. Oh well, I guess the windows are missing for some reason. Yeah, hey there, Fallout. You caught us in a moment of looking for missing windows. I mean, I can get them back easily enough through something else. It's just so weird they're not here. Huh. I'm almost tempted to go through my document history to find them because I know for a fact I edited them the other day. But it's probably going to take too much time to do that, so I'm just going to do the longer method of doing... Well, not the longer, the shorter method of doing this, which is just re-editing them. I know there's an example of them being my holes in mouth for dirt, so... I believe it's in the tile set stuff. Did I put them in here? Like an example of the windows I wanted to use. Not fully whatever. No, not there. How about in here? Yeah, there's an example of them in here. Okay. I should probably use the too tall thing here. Not that one, but this one. And I'll make the windows go here. Colors, brightness, contrast. And then something like that should work for what I'm going for. I will, however, though, also make variations here. Which I guess I'll wait for the dimensions to transfer over. 96. For starters, take this. Can I fill it up more than I have? No. Now I'm going to take this tool, turn the threshold a little bit up. Not quite like that, not quite that high. How should I best fill this here when I know it's going to get messy on this front? I guess the other version I need just will not have blinds. Just because I'm being lazy about it. Okay. And now I go in here and I select the coat rack because that's where I decided to stuff my windows. Except the windows are on this side of the hallway and I should make it so that they have a negative X or Y value. The rotation is good, and the lamp effect is good, but the light should be very, very different. I want these to give off like a, not a pure white light, but a pretty pure white light. The glow should be a little bit faint. Let's try that and 7. Kind of see what they do there. Now, I'm going to have to see in just a little bit if these end up working or not. One, two, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be a room. According to our map here, we have a room there and a room at the start of the hallway. So I should probably just keep it to these 2, except I kind of want to go for 3. So let's move these a bit. 2, 3. And then there should be a door there. Then 3 and a door there. I guess I can move them forward like that. Alright, let's see how this... And now we still have the room to be super, super orange, which is not what I'm going to be going for in the end. And the... Oh, wait. I know why these aren't here. It's the Z-axis. Alright. Get rid of this for a second, but I might need it back in a second. Let's first see if it scales correctly with this. If it doesn't, then I know what to do too. No, it scales correctly. Alright. Some window fun. Windows seem fine just at a glance before I continue. I'm going to change the lighting of this room entirely also, because this is not the color of the room I'm going for. I think this one actually works out better with like a grayed out tone. Let me kind of show what I'm kind of thinking. I'm thinking that this room works better with something like this as a color, kind of a grayed out tone of light. Like this. Making sense with it so far? Does it seem good, or do you guys think I should change the line up a little bit more? I thought I also might make the window glow a little bit stronger. I made it a little bit too weak, if I'm going to be honest. Make the window glow a 6. Yeah. Oh, okay, so now this is twice the window glow. Let's see how this plays out. You guys okay with a little bit more severe window glow, or think I should turn the glow down? I think a little bit down is okay. Like a 5, maybe. They do look good regardless. If you guys like them as they are, please tell me as I'm making the changes to 5. Making all the changes for a 5. You were a fan. Alright. I thought they should be toned down just a little bit. Yeah, that looks better to me. You guys good with currently how the hallway is set up here? For the fun of it? No, Lady just said hi, but there's probably a few people that are just kind of tuned in and out because, you know, it's busy work for a few hours, and many just kind of passively watch, and I get it. Sometimes there's only one person talking for a bit. You think still a little bit less even after this point? I like it at this point, but it could be a little bit less. One thing which I appreciate is that the light's under the window, not over the window, so... My. I like it currently how it is. And now let's see also what the staircase looks like at this point when you're like, hey, you want to go down the stairs? Hey, guys, want to go down the stairs? Yep. Is what it is. So there's probably a few things to also place into this hallway. Outside of doors, obviously, which we're going to get to. Alright. There's probably a few paintings that we don't have yet to put in here. There's a few which we do have to put in here as well as maybe some houseplants and stuff. So that'll be fun. I just realized we shouldn't make the opening yet due to a few... Okay. Yeah, the opening should wait because we don't have our main character's room done, and that's going to be kind of important, I feel, for the opening, so that makes sense to wait till then now that I'm starting to think about it. Then the work to put in for the very second. Alright. I'm going to put some houseplants down and see if I can put down some other small little things. Houseplants, here I come. Raining for the best of them. Check this. I was thinking what objects might work well in this hallway. Okay, I do have an idea, which actually makes a lot of sense now I'm thinking about it. Mine to adore. This will be a little bit in the middle of the hallway, and that, since we currently are at 7, should be an 8. Oh boy, actually I'm going to have to do this very weird thing for a second to make this work out. Up here. Into this. 25 right here should be 7.5. So 25 should be 7.5. And then take 25 and put it there. And I know an event to put on here, don't that. And it's actually something that we put down recently. The phone. And that one should just be a sprite, which I can obviously get from here. Quickly, the code, just remember it off the top. A clock would make sense, and we do have one in hand. In fact, we have a few things that we can probably access here. Well, Okay. Check this. Nothing else there. Not the canvas yet. Not this stuff. Select that. The vase might be a good idea. Yeah, I'll put the vase here somewhere, so... But not there where I decided to put it. The vase makes a little bit of sense there. Not the coat rack. Not that stuff. Let's see. I guess the bookshelves make a little bit of sense there. I need to make the bookshelves have a 3D angle to them, so that'll be fun. Yeah, the bookshelves will make sense. Okay, I've got some bookshelves I need to arrange in just a little bit. I know which ones too. Oh yeah, I was looking for the grandfather clock, which would be inside the coat rack. And I'll make this face the player no matter what, that's fine. Check this, and let's see. I'm gonna make this table extend out a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, and that should be fine. On that, the house needs to be like this. And make this, not have the phone line. Let's put another nice little thing on it. A little lamp. And this might be a little bit big compared to the other objects. I might make a smaller version, but yeah. We're not trying to aim for jump scares. We're going for something a little more subtle, but we'll probably have some more grotesque horror a little bit. I'm not trying to say there'll be no jump scares, but at this point in the game, we're not deciding the stuff that happens. We're just deciding the locations first, then twist later. Let's see how this version is looking before I start adding more stuff to it. Hello, vase. Yeah, I need to fix that photo frame. The rest of it looks better than I thought it was going to look. The phone I need to push back a little bit, but looks fine. The grandfather clock is a little bit conspicuous. Oh, actually, no, I've got a good idea of what to do with the grandfather clock. Okay. The plants I accidentally made 2D. That's kind of funny, but yeah. Okay. Quickly take this. Take that. And I need to fix up that photo frame, so open up GIMP. Go into this. Yeah. Is what it is. Put this there. And let's fiddle around a little bit more with this. Open that. Alright. I'm going to change a few things about this. So, show grid. Make this a little bit smaller. It turns towards you. I've got an idea of how I'm going to change it up. So, yeah. Will that be fine? That might make it too pixely. Can I briefly, like, if I can just do it like this, that'll be great. Spring. And sing. Alright, that should be set up there. Oh, are you going to sleep now, Azzy? I hope you have a good night's sleep when you do then. Set that up. The clock, I'm going to use kind of a similar trick to what I did earlier with the hallway thing. Like, let's start off by taking basically the same thing I did with it and then just sort of modifying it how it's needed. Let's do a quick test to make sure this all looks as intended. Oh yeah, so I need to move that stuff back. Oh, right, okay, I know why that's messed up there. Plant stuff looks fine as is. Grandfather clock, I realized what went wrong with it. So the X and the Y. Make the Y go there. In fact, start off with just 0.2 and change this to 10. Rotation, I'll start with 20 and see what else it needs. Oh, also, right, the Z rotation, that's another thing, right. You need to remember to get rid of that on this certain specific floor. The phone, I need to change its position for a second. Specifically, the X value needs to change a little bit. X actually works as it intends to, so then the right value to do here would be like -10, and that would look better. I hope you sleep well there, Azzy. Alright, let's see the result of this. Okay, good. The phone does not look like it's about to fall off the edge, though I could push it still a little bit more back, but at least when it's raining, it'll look like you're answering it. That needs to be pushed back. Yeah, okay, that's those there. The clock needs to be rotated a bit more than it currently is, but I've got the right idea, I think, of how to place it. Especially since, but except you can't see it from that angle. Alright, there's going to be a very specific position for this grandfather clock in order to look like how I want it to look. How does a 60 angle turn look? The more. Do you guys think I should make the grandfather clock so it turns towards the player, or do you think it's better as like a 2D image like it is right now? The one problem with it being a 2D image is obviously from this angle you can see it's pretty flat. But you can still see it, so... I think the grandfather clock works better currently. It's like a 2D billboard sitting there. I think it should be like a sprite that rotates the face. I know I need to move the stuff on this table backwards, but yeah. Just gonna see where you guys sit on this one for a second. Obviously I haven't put collisions to it yet, so yeah. I'll wait to see what people are saying about the grandfather clock. Think it'd be better if the grandfather clock always faced you, or do you think it'd be better if it's just in like this 2D position where I'm placing it here? I might change the exact positioning, but... You think you should rotate to face the player at all times? Alright. Let's see what we got. Well, in fact, let me try it with the weird rotation I currently have it at. I've never actually tried this, so... If it's against the wall, it kind of unfortunately doesn't make a place for it to place. Like, I can place it against the wall, but it starts looking like a weird version of it. This is going to be a very strange effect. That's it's because it's always had a rotation towards you. watching you, Grandpa the Clock. I'll push you a little bit further back. Especially since you can clip through right there, so I do need to push you a little bit further back. So give you something, since you're right there, let's try you at a 10. Maybe this is the one that's actually causing an issue of why it's clipping through. 0, 5, keep the rotation on, just see how that ends up playing out. Okay. Now this stuff I need to push back for a second. Put that to X. Actually, it should be negative Y. Negative Y, negative 0.2. And I believe that should be applied to most of the things on the table, if I'll be honest. Okay. Okay, I accidentally made it all pop off the table, but now to fix that. Hello, sir. Okay, so the thing that's making you... It's a little bit less than it was, so I've got the right idea on something there. And I know what to do for this stuff, too. So now make it not negative 2, make it actually the 2, which I originally thought. Because, right, I forgot that Y's are in negative values in MV. Or most versions of RPG Maker, I should say. Now you, the X is what's affecting you negatively, I can tell. So simultaneously push you back, but also push you a little bit further from the table. Alright, let's see. A little bit better, but not quite there. Yeah, actually that's super easy. Except it looks really weird. Like, I'll show you basically what you're asking for before. I guess the way to do this would be like tree here. It ends up making this, like, it works for some sprites, but it ends up looking really weird for others. I did not set it correctly there. However, I did set the dimensions correctly how I wanted. You can do like a triangle or a cross type shape. The problem is that it's like two images that overlap each other and makes it... For some sprites it looks good. A lot of them it does not, in my opinion. All the stuff on the table. And the clock looks good where I positioned it currently, so that's fine. And the actual thing will be able to go that far, just be able to get to this point with it. Okay, and we still have doors to get done, so that's fun. Shack with the fun of it. Still have all the sprite work to do, but yeah. Alright. We don't actually need too much of this hallway for now. Of course, we're not handling the doors right now, but part of it as is. I think that's actually good. Let's see. I think we got done with most of our daily goals to get done today. So technically we have 3 of the rooms, and not finished states, because I'm going to add more to them as time goes through, but they're basic forms. We got the bathroom finished. We got the front area and the cheat outside area even done. And we got the second floor hallway done. Of course, doors and there's other flourishes I'll add, plus there's different versions to go. I hope you have a good time, Nepti. I was going to try and focus on getting the opening done, but now I'm thinking on it, we should actually probably wait till the main character's room is done before we do the opening, because that's going to play part of it, so yeah. I think we might be done with today's workload, and I'm at a point where I'm like, yeah, that's good, I'm good for the day. I worked for like 6 hours today on my project, so... Alright. Yeah, I think we're good. So, before we start the stream tomorrow, I'm going to try and fix up the characters, like the main character's camera, make them a little bit taller, but that takes a little bit longer and it's more technical. So, fixing that up will work. I guess we'll just go over everything. We still have to put collision for everything. But at the moment we got 4 maps done today, so that's good. Just to go over it briefly, I guess. Of course, we got the bathroom done. Have all of that set up for the fun of it. Hi, Missy. As we look through with that. We got the hallway done. I still need to add paintings to the hallway, but we'll get some paints that will be appropriate for later. I can doodle some stuff for myself anyways. We still need the doors for all that stuff, but we got the front hallway done. We got the fake outside done. Oh, okay, I fucked something up here. I'm happy I checked this before I finished. I think okay, I see what I fucked up too is the thing. Is that what I changed? Okay, why not fix that, thankfully. Let me set that to not be what it is. Okay, so now I understand why the slopes weren't working earlier. But actually, currently that works fine. Oh my there, Jay. Alright. Yeah, that's more what we were trying to go for there. That's actually the good reason why it's good to play test maps again. Make sure you didn't fuck something up. And we got the normal hallway done, which I guess is where we'll resume from tomorrow. So I'm going to get a few more things done before I start the stream tomorrow. Fix up the player's camera. I guess... Nah, I guess that's the main thing I'm going to do. I might do some extra coding behind the scenes, but, you know, whatever. That's not much. It's not going to be anything particularly notable between today and tomorrow's stream. The main difference, I guess, will be the player's height. I guess tomorrow we'll make a similar goal to what we did today to spray a little bit more and get a few more rooms done. Getting the house's first layout done is good. I also need to send out the messages for the art stuff I need. Put the player there and Jai. Set up here. Okay. Yeah, seems fine. I do need to hang a few more pieces of art up in here and, you know, doors and etc. But hey, progress is what it is, what it is. Alright, so that'll be our goal for tomorrow. We're going to try and get another 2 or 3 rooms done, and that includes the spraying of stuff that we need for them. I guess I'll also think about what rooms we should focus on before tomorrow as well, because that also means what we should be spraying and such. So yeah, hopefully this was enjoyable. We are done with day 5 development. Honestly, we're doing pretty good with only the 5 days through. Now, it did help that I had a lot of sprites that, you know, I had miscellaneously from the last project fun. So that's helped a lot. And I've practiced a little bit with this over the last couple of months, so I kind of have an idea of how it works there. But all the same, all the same. For now, I guess we'll just say adieu until tomorrow. I'll see you guys then. I hope you guys have a wonderful night, evening, morning, wherever it is that you are. And until next time, adieu to all of you.